Gon' free your mind. Gon' free your mind, yeah. This is free your mind. This is free your mind. Gon' free it up, gon' free it up. Gon' free it up, gon' free it up. Gon' free it up, gon' free it up.
Hey, what's poppin'?
What's poppin'? My bad, I'm over here trying to do shit right now. Let me make sure my Facebook is on public.
Yeah, I forgot my shit last time. I think I did that shit hella late.
Okay, boom, there we go. Let's see. Yup. Change that. Let me throw this link in there. What's popping for the people that's in the building with us early? You feel me?
What's poppin', man? Shout out to the chat. If you in here early, don't forget to give us a like, a subscribe, a share. You know what I mean? It helps grow the channel. It helps grow the channel, man. But yeah, we in here. Another Free Your Mind episode.
Go ahead and take it. You got it.
Welcome to the Free Your Mind podcast, man, where you can come free your mind and help others free theirs. I go by the name of Selfmade. I am the co-host, and you can tap into. Wait, damn, I done forgot my own shit.
Nah, hey, you only said one you can tap into, but you can just still rock it.
You gotta tap into self to know thyself always, man.
That's a fact. And I am your other and the reason why, because I know when you say it first, it kind of like throw us off and shit.
Right.
But I'm the other co-host, and I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like sun and the moon. What's poppin'?
Yo, Katrina, peace.
Katrina Johns, what's poppin', lady? Super salute to you. I just now seen you share it live. I super appreciate that, lady. Helping our channel grow, helping this Free Your Mind podcast grow. I appreciate that for Shigadale.
Love. What's up, man? So you got the hard copies of the John? Hey, bro, you gotta show that.
I forgot. Hey, look, let me.
Yeah.
Clear too. Boom. You see that? Can y'all see it? Can y'all see it?
Okay.
Do the snake, put this bitch. Do the snake, put this bitch. Do the. Yeah, y'all see that shit. And then look at the back. Oh, that nigga looking saucy, ain't he?
Pressed up.
Yeah. Now, we just got pages on pages and shit. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Hey, let me tell y'all something. This is the first day that I've held my own book. Ain't that some shit? So for the people who either went on Amazon or Barnes and Nobles and got your copy, I super appreciate you. And I was kind of jealous a little bit because I'm like, man, they touching my shit before I'm touching my own shit.
Right.
Today's the first day that I actually touch my shit, and it feels good. I feel like I can actually fucking really celebrate. And so y'all know how I celebrate. It's gonna go up.
Right.
Hey, but man, it's super lit though, because now it just feels like, solidified. Like, you know what I mean? Everything else was just like other people sharing my shit and seeing it and being able to read it to their peoples and shit, which I highly appreciate. But now I'm gonna read myself to sleep tonight.
Everything. Nah, for real.
But super salute to y'all, man. And y'all orders is gonna be in the mail for everybody who did the hard copies. I only got the hard copies right now. I got to make that real clear. I got the hard copies only. Yeah, next week, I'm going to have the paperback copy. So please have a little bit more patience if you ordered both. Please have a little bit more patience if you just ordered just the paperback. But I'm sending out the hard copies tomorrow for sure. appreciate y'all.
Sir, let me get mine.
Yeah, definitely.
Nigga been waiting. I'm seeing everybody else posting pictures, and I'm like, man, all right, they're gonna have to hurry up with Woon shit, man.
They was taking hella long. It was like, yeah, this print process is gonna take a minute. I'm like, but nigga, Amazon busting them out. Like, what's
right? How they doing that?
Right.
What y'all got going on?
Amazon got that quick print.
Right.
But yeah, so as a matter of fact, well, I'm gonna let the people who's on right now just know. Tomorrow, I'm also gonna go put my shit in, I believe, 2 stores that's out here in Vegas and shit. You feel me? So I'm gonna go out there, go do my consignment deal and shit. I might film that just so y'all can see it. Like, you know what I mean? And it's gonna be an event. I'm gonna go in there, sign some papers, like, you know what I mean, shake some hands, shit, post up like a G do. You feel me? But as soon as I come in Sac, they're gonna also be in Sac. So I got to get in contact with the lady from Underground Books, and I think that's gonna be the first place where I put my shit at, in Sac. Like, you know what I mean? For everybody who know about Underground Books, over there in the outskirts of the P. So be looking out for that next month for sure.
Yeah, man. Bookstores is. I mean, but yeah, bookstores is everywhere. You know what I mean? You just gotta find them. I seen the Barnes and Nobles. I think in the Thomas they closing that big one.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. So.
Oh shit!
I don't know if it's like, you know, I don't think it's all Barnes and Nobles, but I definitely seen that the one in the Thomas by the Target.
That location?
Yeah, that location is out of here. That was a big location. Like, you feel me? That whole spot was pretty big.
That's a fact. That's because Barnes and Nobles charge too much for their indoor signing.
See, look, they ain't got nobody
nigga
bringing their books there and shit.
No, I'm just talking shit. Shout out to Barnes and Nobles because my shit is Barnes and Nobles too. Online though.
Online, yeah.
You can go in store and order it. Yeah, but they trying to play me on the in-store book signing shit.
Right.
But pop the bottle. This is for everybody who supported my shit. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. Making me feel like an author for real. I'm an author today. I'm an author. I'm saying just like that.
You got any other ones in the works, in the process?
Oh, nigga, hell yeah!
You cultivating right now?
Yes, sir. I didn't already reached out to another illustrator that happened to ask me later after she found out that I was doing the book. She's like, "Well, who's illustrating it?" And she's a dope ass artist. I don't want to put out her name yet, but we already talked behind the scenes, and she said she would be pleasured and honored to, you know, to do my next shit or whatever. So we're definitely going to do that. And this one, it's actually another children's book because I was going to put it into a cartoon form. But seeing how this market kind of is, I think I can, you know, put it in this type of fashion and still make it work. I just have to restructure my whole shit from cartoon to children's book. Like, you know what I mean? And when I say cartoon, I mean just like some animation type shit. Like, you know what I mean? But I am in the process and been in the process of doing my own cartoon. I am not going to tell y'all niggas the name because the name is lit as fuck. And the concept,
you gotta hold on to all of that.
Yeah, the concept is lit as fuck. I can't even give up my juice. But I do.
But you working on something though.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Already got the characters, the storyline, everything. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then for the adults, because everybody's waiting on the Am I versus the I Am book, that's going to be on the back burner. I'm gonna just keep it a band with y'all because I have to really sit down and really, you know, just blast off the fuck up out of here so I could touch that, you know what I mean, without any other projects going and shit. Because I'm also currently doing a music project and shit too. That I'm gonna be dropping for the summer and shit. I'm working right now, like, you know what I mean.
Facts.
But the adult book that I'm about to put out is gonna be called Inhale Affirmation, Exhale Confirmation, right? And it's basically just going to be a book of original quotes that I put together, and I'm having my homegirl. She's going to illustrate this one. Her name is Angelina. She's out there in Atlanta right now. We already talked about it. There's a twist that I put to this shit that's going to be revolutionary that ain't nobody did on this type of time. I'm not going to get that out either.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm just working.
Okay.
I pitched the idea to her. She was like, "Nigga, that shit is dope." Like, you know what I mean? Pitches somebody else that ain't even in this type of field, and she was like, "Nigga, it's genius." Like, you know what I mean? So working.
Niggas is looking forward to it, man.
Hell yeah, and it's for the people though. Like, you know what I mean? So as long as y'all fucking with me, it's good. It's up. Like, you know what I mean? And I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. I promise y'all. Like, y'all really make me feel like somebody sometimes. Sometimes I don't be feeling like I ain't shit. I'll talk to y'all. Y'all be like, okay, you kind of inspirational. I'm inspirational. Cool. I'll take that.
Right. All the flowers I could get, huh?
That's a fact.
But yeah, so
too. We got to get a flowers.
Oh yeah, facts.
Because I'm about to order a set of flowers, the same ones that they promote on Drink Champs. The flowers that I guess last for a long ass time. Have you saw them?
Nah, I mean, they real flowers.
Yeah, they come in a case, but they kind of like dipped in something that they probably dipped in gold or dipped in something like, you know what I mean, and they just last forever. But it's in like a case and shit. You could get the case personalized with your name on there. And I'm like, yeah, I gotta do it. Even though a lot of people have been giving me my flowers, but it's just like this is something, especially now. I can say it now. Let me say that shit. Because at first, just like I was saying, I was just like, everybody else got the book. I really ain't touched it. I really ain't. But especially now, I think I'm gonna go and get the flowers. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Thanks.
But the reason, another reason why I say give yourself your flowers is that if somebody gives you flowers, they're able to take them away from you as well. Like, you know what I mean? But if you give yourself your flowers, then it's just like, anything that they give you is going to be an add-on to what you already understand. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you know what I mean? So just know who you are. So when you're able to say thank you, then it's just like, okay, yeah, I appreciate that. And I noticed that you must appreciate yourself and give yourself flowers.
Right.
How you giving them to me? Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, definitely everybody, I appreciate y'all for giving me my flowers, but I'm gonna order some shit for myself.
You got to though, man. You got to for real.
And for the people who don't give me my flowers, I'd be like, nigga, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, come on, bro. Like, I know you see my story 1,000 times.
They be like, I don't see you, bro. I don't see you.
Right. That shit is crazy. But then again, like, hey, look, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I understand that fully, right? But I'm somebody's Hennessy.
That right there.
But speaking of, man, I had made a post, because I know we just shooting shit right now, but I had made a post on Facebook, and I was trying to bridge the gap in between the understanding and or misunderstanding of of the biblical literature with Jacob and Esau, right? I didn't have any intention on ruffling feathers. I'm gonna say it just like that. But I know with my Hebrew brothers, my Hebrew Israelite brothers, sometimes, sometimes they don't like to hear things from a different perspective if it's not coming from maybe their elders or somebody who's in the faith or practices what they practice. But sometimes even when you're not even in the game, the game. Like, you know what I mean? And so I definitely want to shout them out for engaging. But I'm gonna say this: if anybody has something to teach, feel free to speak on this platform, on my Facebook platform, on anything, right? Because the people who commented, and then one of them, my partner Ken, he was like, man, I'm just here just so people know that you're capping. And I said, that sounds like a troll, my guy. You ain't gonna teach what the misunderstanding that I'm teaching, right? But you
right,
just need to
exactly.
say
He
that he's
coming
not
there to
saying the right shit. That's all I gotta say.
right.
To me, that's some hater shit. But that means that I'm not even looking at it on no hater shit. That just lets me know that you don't even understand what's being stated. So you can't say, oh, you don't. It's not saying that it's saying this. You could just say, well, it don't say that, and that's based on your personal perspective. But if you look at the shit that I be talking about, everything lines up and people fuck with it. I can't. I'm not. I can't. I can't. You can't be mad at people fucking with what I say. I just make shit make sense if you're there.
Hey, you just coming to try to sway the people to not fuck with what you talking about on purpose. Not even with like validity or nothing.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. Like sometimes when you speak up on somebody, like their name get bigger and shit. Just a little bit though. I didn't have niggas say on me with females, nigga. Now they female. Who the fuck is this nigga? Oh, now, that's who he is. I'm not coming home tonight. Hey, but again, man, I just because I don't think that I know everything. I want to make that shit real clear, right? But if I'm trying to bring information to the people, non-biased, open-heartedly, then I would suggest that if you want to come against that, then please don't just come with hate. Please come with some, nigga, this is the story behind it. This is the understanding. These are the facts. But again, I know that people try to come in a form of anti, but really they're learning. I've learned this. We've been doing this shit for so long that I get it already. I know, nigga, I know your moves, nigga. But it's a form of love. I take that shit as a form of love. You know what I mean? That's why we try to tell
you
people,
can't be mad. Yeah, you can't get mad at it.
Beefing this shit, like nigga, ain't no beef.
Right, exactly.
A beef consists of two people going at it. I got my gun and you got yours. Niggas be coming like, I ain't got no gun, but yeah, nigga, then it ain't no beef.
Yeah.
I got my gun.
Oh,
I'm just talking shit, y'all, but it get real like that sometimes. Let's talk about this shit because this nigga was supposed to have came on, but this nigga for whatever reason did not come on. Talking about the topic that we're got headline for tonight, which is angels and humans being the same thing.
Was that was the argument?
Well, when Chris was supposed to have pulled up,
when
he didn't pull up, so I mean, the same thing. He can try to say it's an argument, but it's not an argument if you don't have a case to push against what I'm saying. You just have an anti. You don't have a pro nothing, right? And I'm not taking nothing away from him, but I'm just saying, like, so if you're gonna say that what I'm saying is captain, nigga, chop my head off. I'm not ducking, I'm not hiding, I'm right here. I profess the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas don't be hiding and shit like nigga, I'm right here. But anyway, so instead I asked him, what is an angel? And he gave me an example, and I could pull up the receipts. He said rain would be an angel. Rain. Now, no, I'm serious as a heart attack. This nigga said rain. So I said, well, how is it that rain can be an angel, but a human cannot?
Right.
I don't, what's the math behind that? Fuck the science. What's the math?
Yeah,
your
that
math ain't mathing. So anyway,
math ain't mathing.
So he had somebody else that was on the post, and he was of the Muslim faith. He was one of our Islamic brothers, right?
Okay.
And then he said, hey, because you don't know me, I don't know him. He was like, hey, man, dude, Captain, man, he just here to cause confusion and woo wah woo woo. I said, oh, hello, sir.
Right.
First of all, how are you doing? Secondly, you gonna tell me that I'm capping saying that angels and humans are the same thing But you just now seen this nigga say that rain is an angel. Do you agree with that? This nigga, oh, LOL. No, I didn't agree with that part. I don't even know what he's talking about with that. So how am I capping, sir?
See,
I'm the one that's capping and causing confusion. This nigga just now said that rain is angels. Come on, like, what are we doing for
where's Chris at, man?
Man, he's live right now to keep the bang. He's live. I think he's playing some type of game online or some shit like that. But I seen him live though. But shout out to Chris whenever he wants to pull up. But let me break down the math on this angel shit, right? People would say that angels would be, or they would say that angels are angels of light, right? Light beings, right? So when we talk about the when we talk about the words that we use to describe certain things, when we use the English language, and maybe even outside of the English language, if anybody knows what an anagram is a word that you can get from scrambling around the letters in different ways and shapes and forms that may give you a different perspective on what is being talked about, right? Prime example, in The Matrix, the boy name was Neo, Neo, but Neo was what? The O-N-E, the one. That is an anagram that you can unscramble if you're smart enough to do that, to understand why his name was Neo in the first place, because in the last place, he's going to be number one. When he unscrambles and finds out that he's the one, his name is no longer Neo. He's the one.
Right.
So when you unscramble this shit in your brain and then you see that you can move shit around on some magician shit, then you will get the answer. So let's go into it. Just like I said. So the word angel and angle, that's an anagram. A-N-G-E-L, angel, A-N-G-L-E, right? So we can talk about an angle being a perspective, right? Like, what's your angle? Like, you know, how do you see the shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's your perspective? And if we want to say angle, like if I'm angling of light somewhere, like, or am I looking at something, right?
Yeah.
A certain thing. And then so we get into angle, angel. Okay, then we got light and light, right? So light is also synonymous with being intelligent, right? Brilliant, student, bright idea, you know what I mean? And all the other things, illuminated, however you want to put it. Right? So now we get into humans, right? And I say this a lot. Humans are just different perspectives, basically walking, talking perspectives of this one consciousness, right? So if there are different perspectives, like I just now recently said, different perspectives are different angles, right? And each one can teach one, which means somebody that you're going to interact with is going to give you an angle of light. Intelligence, they're going to share some information with you from their angle. Then from your angle, you're going to share with somebody else, and somebody else's whole shit is going to go around in a circle. So
everybody has their own angle of light.
Thank you. So if you're in this world and you're interacting with people and people are interacting with you, and we're in this, we can just use the internet. We're in this World Wide Web or this net, and everybody's sharing information with everybody, then we are now angles of light to each other. This is what this I am shit is. We are the I am. The different angles of light that makes up the whole light. Right? So we are all angels. Humans and angels are the same thing.
They say
simple.
They say angels come from the heavens down. Well, once now I don't see now I'm over here. Once an angel leaves heaven, is it still an angel?
Yes. You could never not be an angel.
Right.
Because no matter where you go, you're going somewhere. And as soon as you interact with anything, your brain, your person, your being is automatically by default a perspective or an angle of one thing. And as long as you're breathing, talking, moving, even if you're fucking and I hate to say it like this because I don't want to be hella, hella vague with the, I mean hella I don't want to give a bad example. Bad choice of words. But even if you are crippled, right? You can't talk, you can't do anything, and you're just sitting down and you're confined to your chair and you can't do anything. You're still giving information because now people have to study you in order to find out what the fuck is the condition, the human condition, right? So even in the lowest point of your life, you still vibrate high and you still giving off a light of angle of light to people who don't know what's going on.
So let me play devil's advocate, hence this word.
Right.
You know how they say the devil at one point was once an angel. So that means when they kicked him out, when he got kicked out of heaven, and because people don't refer to the devil as an angel. So what is it? Because I was thinking, look, if you think about it, right? Everything in heaven, it's a whole bunch of angels in heaven. You got God, and then you got a whole bunch of angels. So you would think like, okay, you got God and a whole bunch of what, demons? Like, is that the opposite? Is that the opposite of a whole bunch of angels, or is it just the one devil on? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that? You know what I'm saying?
See, even I want to go out on a limb and say, even biblically, it says that God has two sets of angels on either side: the good angels and the bad angels.
So they all angels.
Yeah, so they didn't say that this nigga got a squad of angels and devils or demons. They ain't gonna say it like that because that'll fuck people up mentally. They have to say good and bad angels, right? And that's why we have to understand it. So going back to what you just now said, even in what seems to be bad, is the perfect example of what you said was playing devil's advocate, right? When people play devil's advocate, that's only spinning it from a different, just like I said, perspective or angle of light.
Exactly.
Right? So then, if we put that shit into real time, think about what the devil did in the Garden of Eden. Man, y'all niggas don't even know shit. Hey, go eat from this tree real quick.
Different angle.
Right. Nigga, you finna be like God if you eat off that motherfucker for real. Word. Eve was like, nigga, that shit sound kind of dope. Adam, what you want to do? Adam was like, oh no, baby. He said, shut the fuck up. We finna go eat from this shit. And nigga, they became like gods. I didn't say this. The Bible says it.
Right.
So the devil playing the advocate of God, we play devil's advocate. The devil plays God's advocate. Ain't that some shit? So if it wasn't for him,
same shit.
In the context, if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have became like gods. It says it in the Bible. This is not Woon talking out of his ass. It says this. Even God said it. Damn, they ate from the shit. Now they became like us. Meaning, I can still give you some game from what you would consider a negative perspective, but you're still getting the light from a dark place, allegedly.
Right.
I don't even want to go into the darkest of light shit, but I know Self be eating the fuck out of that shit up.
Eat that shit all the way up.
But it's just people get so confined, and they really just get complacent with just taking shit in and accepting it as their truth without even testing it.
That part, yeah.
So it's just like for the people who do the work, fuck reading the Bible. I'm saying what we call shadow work, the inner work, the work, the real work, right? As soon as you start testing yourself, everything else outside of you is gonna be like, hold on, bro, I gotta look at this shit different now.
Exactly.
Because I'm testing myself and I want to make sure that I'm good. I cannot just listen to shit and just hold on to it
Accept that
as if
shit.
it's my truth.
Yep.
So doing the inner work is going to force you to do the outer work simultaneously.
Goes
So
hand in hand.
so the people like us that come with a different angle of light or an angel, y'all are my angels too, so don't get it twisted. But for the people who do the work and then they try to try to pass that shit along,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Because it's not mine to hold. Let me say this real quick, because I was just now talking to Benet about this. Oh, Kristen's in here. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate that. But I was talking to Benet, right? And she was saying something about being clear, right? So when we talk about being light beings, right? It's not our light. It's not. The light is passing through us. This is how diamonds work. We're trying to be as clear as possible, just like the clearest diamonds, the clarity, the VVS is why. So when the light hit that shit, it could bounce back out and that shit gleams. People think that they are the light. You can be a light being, that's absolutely fine, right? But imagine as soon as I get the light, I'm passing it to Selfmade. It's passing straight through me to Selfmade. Selfmade passing it to Krishna. Krishna passing it to somebody. So we can say that we are light beings as the light is coming through us and passing through us, right? But we don't even need to be the light. We just need to be
Shining.
clear. Yeah, as long as we're clear
Shining.
enough for the light to pass fully through us. Like say we cloudy like diamonds and shit. There's gonna be pieces of me that the light can't even penetrate to give you the full light. You're gonna be like, hold on, nigga, I gotta come this way to come see where you coming from. But no, nigga, I'm clear as fuck. So the full light is passing from me to you. I'm not trying to hold this shit. What am I gonna hold it for? The light becomes heavy, right? I don't want to hold it. It's not mine. I'm passing it. As soon as I get it, I pass it. That's what I do. It's hot potato around this motherfucker.
Right.
So again, you got to think of yourself like a fucking diamond. Like, you know what I mean? The light passes through you, and then somebody else, and then they pass it. Then they pass it. Don't try to hold on to the light. And everybody try to hold on. Like, nigga, I got this. I understand this shit. You just don't get it. Nigga, have it all day. But can you shine your light on me to where it makes sense?
That part. Can I see your angle of light shine?
No.
Krishna, what's up, man? Uh-oh. Oh, there he is.
There you go.
Y'all can see me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was
Peace
popping,
to
man.
What's good with the I am?
Hey man, everything and nothing. You already know.
That's a
I got a question for you though, because this conversation is dope, man. I like the whole perception, the whole perspective about angels being angles of light. But you said something. You said something that was hella interesting when you mentioned the Garden of Eden.
Definitely.
It made me think like, because what did they say? It said, look, man has eaten from the hold on, how did that scripture go?
No, you're right.
Okay, he said, look, the man has become like us to know good and evil.
Yeah.
So it's two things about that. I always wonder who us is. They never can answer that. Who is us? You know what I'm saying? That sounds like a bunch of different gods to me. But beyond that, you know, on the subject of what you're speaking on, so does that mean, because I'm just keeping it in mind, that you were saying to be an angel is to have an angle of light, right?
Definitely.
So
allowing it to pass through you. I'm sorry to cut you off, but
yeah, you good. Right. So, so to become a god is to know good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like you were saying, like there's good and bad angels, so to speak. So I'm trying to articulate this right where it makes sense. So the bad angels, would that also that would be synonymous with like saying a bad angle, but remove the word bad, of course, like that's just a label that they're putting on it. But really it's an angle of light.
Did he freeze?
Who don't want to consider good, you feel me?
Hey.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you asked that question because I don't even think that a lot of people who read that biblical literature, I think they look over the bad angel part. Like, because just like I was telling Self, they could say God got some some right hand good angels and some left hand demons. Like, you know what I mean? Just on the squad. But demons might be a little bit too, scary for people, so they have to use the word angel, right?
Right.
But then again, it's still the same thing tied in what I'm talking about with being angle, right? But this is even to say, right? If I tell you, Krishna, hey, I heard some shit about Krishna, man. I don't know if you want to fuck with it, yada yada yada, and I spill you the worst shit ever that you've never even heard about it. You're gonna be like, "Nigga, you for real?" Like, you know what I mean? But even you could know this shit, right? And know I'm capping. But guess what? It's gonna make you go be like, nah, nigga, I'm finna go and I'm finna come back and I'm finna blow Woon head off. So I'm still the bad angle that I gave you, it's still an angle of light and it's still sharpening you up if you're doing the work.
It's like them niggas was in heaven beefing over, you know what I mean? Like over which angle was the right angle that everything should be moving in or whatever. You know what I mean? Like them niggas overtook them niggas like, hey, yeah, no, we not fucking with that angle of light. Y'all got to take that shit down to earth, nigga. Get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And you think about that on a human scale, it's almost like just with us, like we all have this same understanding. But if we was to go to a Christian church and try to speak, them niggas would kick us the fuck out. They like, wait, hold on, nah, this is different. Like this whole angle of light is
exactly.
You know what I mean? So,
and I got some shit to say about that. What you said, they'd kick us out the church. I was gonna save it in case Kareem came in here, but I'm gonna bring it up. But we gonna see. But so they, how they say that God is omnipresent, right? So meaning he's everywhere at once.
Right.
So wouldn't that also mean? Well, it means two things: that he could see from every angle.
Facts.
So he would be the good angle and the bad angle simultaneously because he's omnipresent. He's everywhere. But that would also mean he's not only in heaven, but he's on earth and he's in hell because he's omnipresent. But they want to limit. It's funny how
look at Kareem.
It's funny how in people's attempt,
he in the building.
All right, that's
you gotta
perfect.
pull up, Kareem.
All right.
You gotta pull up.
But yeah, he
be
would
respectful.
Oh no, go ahead. You was frozen.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's crazy how people's attempt to be respectful of God, and being an obedient servant, that with their ideology about God, they simultaneously limit God's power to what they think. You feel what I'm saying?
That part. Thank you.
Shit, crazy.
Hey, look, hey, Krishna, with what you just now said, right? Sometimes I'm a little extreme, right?
Yeah.
I had made a post, and this is after building with the Hebrew brothers, and I said, hey, if God, no, as a matter of fact, I didn't even make a post yet. I did that shit live, and while we was on the podcast, I said, man, the way y'all talking, and I understand it, so I'm just giving it to them how they're saying it, right? I said, if y'all saying that God is the most high, God also has to be the most low.
Exactly. You said that to me one time.
Into a frenzy when I said that shit. I said, man, look, who can now if we're talking about just power alone, fuck the good, fuck the bad, just power. Who can go lower than God? This nigga got the ace card according to everything. Boom, nigga dropped that ace. You probably got whatever this nigga got, or whatever the highest, the lowest shit is, the Joker. He got that motherfucker, right? So it's just like, nigga, ain't no way you finna beat God in doing some high shit, and you can't beat God in doing the low shit. Why? Because I created both good and evil. Nigga, it says it in their Bible. I don't know why they got mad at me for bringing that shit and saying it. I'm just amplifying what the book says.
Bro,
I'm not, there's no cap in my rap. I'm just saying what people don't want to say, and it's just like they can't accept it for whatever reason. But it's just like, again, how could you have the knowledge of both good and evil before anything exists?
Exactly. Exactly.
You planted that tree. You planted the tree. Who else? See,
exactly. Who planted the tree of knowledge?
On this type of time, right? Now, I'm of course, y'all understand that I'm speaking biblically from the Bible, and this is not my perspective of the Bible. I'll read the Bible and it's lit. I understand we can be good and negative energy. So when we understand that shit is up. So just like we were saying earlier, that that there's a good angle of light and there's a quote unquote bad angle of light, but it just depends on who's receiving the light. But if you're open and you're trying to get an understanding, all light is good light when you're in the dark. Think about it. You get the littlest piece of light in the dark. Like, I found it. I can see the shit I was looking for right there. See? It could be a pinhole. It don't matter. Nigga, light is light. But again, but people just be like, no, man. Oh. Everybody want to hold it. They don't want to let it pass through them and give it to somebody else. It's not ours to hold, my nigga.
It's yours to perceive.
Right.
That's it. You know what I mean? Like as it's passing through you, you're perceiving it, and that's you ever see the I think it's Pink Floyd?
Nigga, my life. That's it right there.
You know what I'm saying? Triangle. It's the white light hits the triangle and then the rainbow comes out. That's your expression. You know what I mean? Whichever color you choose is how you choose to express yourself using that light. You know what I'm saying? So you might be a green one day. That's gonna be your angle of light that day, just based off of a certain experience or whatever, or a certain situation. And the next day you might be a red or a purple. You know what I mean? And that's everybody across the board. Right. Everything across the board. Literally, that is everything across the board.
And this is why people say God works through us. Through us. That light is coming through us.
Facts.
I post this shit every time, bro. Every time this topic come up, I gotta speak on this quote. It's the same quote you were just speaking on, Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. That is the Lord speaking these words. Like, what else is there to say after that?
Nothing.
Exactly. Nothing. Let it breathe. Let it breathe.
At that point, you can't say that humans create evil or that we create sin or anything like that, because God just said it right there. Like you said, He planted the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the garden before Adam and Eve even ate from it.
It was already there.
It was already there.
But see, again, just like I said, like when I bought back from. Huh? Who's that?
What up, Kareem?
Oh, Kareem, you good? Where you?
Yeah. I just muted it. Give me a quick second. I'm finna be right there.
Oh no, yeah, go ahead, but just mute before you come on, because we can hear you in the background.
My bad.
No, you good. But yeah, it's just like, again, and this chopped up, we're all perspectives of God, of the same consciousness and energy, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just like when people understand that, that's why we can have me and Selfmade on here right now. We got Krishna representing his angle of light. We got Kareem that's gonna come on here and represent his angle of light. Like, you know what I mean? So it's all of these different angles of light. It's not beef, but sometimes, again, people want to hold on to the light, and that's when it becomes beef.
Exactly. Right. But the funny thing is the beef. If it is beef, it's all beef within the Lord.
That's a fact. That part.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you put all of our angles, what people don't understand about God, as a whole, it's all of our angles of light together. You know what I'm saying? If you can zoom out of all of our angels of light and see everybody at once, that's God.
Facts.
It's the supreme whole. But if you
Facts.
go into the deep, the devil is in the details. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
I
So
look at it different because I always looked at God as being like perfection, right? So the way that I just the way that I rationalize that is that, okay, if something is perfect, right? How can something imperfect go into the presence of perfection? Like, for example, if there's a perfect 360 circle, right?
Mhm.
How could you put a square in that circle? How could you put even another circle in that circle unless it was an exact 360? Anything that's imperfect that would go into a perfect 360 circle would make that circle imperfect. You see what I'm saying?
Well, let me say two things to that, right? A circle represents all of every angle.
Not necessarily a circle. I was just using that as an example.
No,
Just
no, no.
anything.
I'm just giving you the math on that. But let me ask you something to what you just now said, right? Because you said God is perfect, right?
Right.
So, and we talk about this a lot, but
I said really what I actually said was that that's how I envision him. But yeah.
No. You're absolutely fine. So, biblically, because I don't want to insinuate nothing, but biblically, in the beginning, either the angels and or the humans was created perfect as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so follow me with this question.
The devil was, I know it says the devil was, I'm not sure if humans were, but yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So when you're perfect, created by a perfect being with the intention on being perfect, how do you become imperfect?
Well, I don't want to start just by going over, because we didn't went around all of this a million times.
I'm saying we got company right now. I'm just asking the question for the viewers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my logic would be that because the Bible says that we're made in the image of God, which means that we're made in his likeness, which means that the gifts that come along with being made in his image or in his likeness is also the ability to create along with other gifts. That's just the one I'm using right now based on the topic, right? So we're given the ability to create, which is being made in the image of God. So you can create evil within your own heart. You know what I'm saying? By the way that you do that is by having thoughts, not necessarily thoughts, but having a will outside of the will of God.
Okay, so right there, you said now because I asked you an important question, right? So were we intended to be perfect or no?
Like I said, I would have to go back to my Bible to answer that correctly. But the only where I see that was made perfect was the devil, actually, where
Hold
it
on,
says
wait.
that he was made perfect.
Because if you can't answer that question, so you think that God was like, nah, I don't want to make no perfect motherfuckers. I'm gonna make some faulty ass niggas. Or what you think?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's not about it's not about perception. You know what I'm saying? It's about what's in the Bible. I don't want to go off my perception. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Because
I'm just saying, like,
I can start assuming a lot. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that I don't know if it's written in the Bible that human beings were perfect. You see what I'm saying? But it is written in the Bible that the devil was made perfect.
There we
So
go.
wait, let me
Let's deal with the devil. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir. My bad.
I was just gonna ask. So you said we're made in the likeness and the image and likeness of God,
Mm-hmm.
and we have the ability to create. So God has the ability to create, and you're saying that He didn't create evil before humans created evil. Just so I'm
Right.
getting.
That's what I believe. Yeah.
So He created everything good and perfect within humans, or maybe not perfect, my bad, but He created everything good with the humans, and then the humans created the evil.
Right.
So
Because you got to
within,
understand what evil is. I mean, if we're going by if we're on the same foundation, as in evil is literally when you disobey God. So to disobey God, how are you able to do that? You see what I'm saying? So humans would have to create that, right?
Now,
But
like, how would
Because because
humans?
right,
because the order because the law was given to humans. You see what I'm saying? It was given to Adam and Eve and his descendants.
But
So
see, right
for
there, right there. All right, let me stop you. As soon
Mhm.
as you say law, you're automatically by default giving two sides of the law, because you could either follow the law or you cannot follow the law, right? So
right,
by default, God, by God giving laws, he already knew that you could not do what the law is. So that had to be there before the people got the law. Like, you get what I'm saying? Does
exactly.
that make sense?
you saying that the law itself created sin?
In a sense, because there's two sides. Like, I could either follow the law or I don't have to follow the law.
I would agree.
You see what I'm saying? So ultimately, that's why I feel like too what Christian was saying. God created evil. It doesn't really come from the people, because if there's a law, that means I can disobey the law or I can follow the law. And God
Right.
had
And
to know that beforehand,
okay.
or he wouldn't even have created the laws. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
I agree with you on that. I still feel like if the law is like, if I give you a law, it doesn't become like if I say, if I'm your creator, right, and I created you, like, so you didn't exist, you're nothing without me forming you, right,
Mm-hmm.
and out of clay or whatever that the case may be, and then I give you direction. So the direction gives you the choice, right? Because anytime the direction is a choice, right? To obey any kind of law would be a choice because you have free will. You don't have to do anything, right? So that creates what you're talking about. That creates is the word a paradigm that creates for you to be able to disobey, but still the
Right
action
there.
is from you. The action is from you. So it's like it's like a verb. You see what I'm saying? So the
That's
action comes from
but that's cool. As far as the action, you could say the action come from us, but it the negative aspect of the choice already came from God, from the rip.
cool. We agree.
You get what I'm saying? So
I get
at
what you're
the end
saying.
of the day, you still can't blame the human for making the choice, because that choice was given.
So you mean that you mean that the human had because the human was given the choice, we can't blame him for making the choice. So he doesn't. So the human being doesn't have any accountability.
They
Is what
were
you're saying?
allowed they were allowed to make the choice, right?
So then there's no accountability from the human that made the choice. Then is what you're saying?
The
I mean,
accountability is making the choice.
Well, no, I'm saying you're saying if it's God's fault because He gave us a choice, then that means that when we make the choice, that there's no accountability on my part. So what happens is if I decide today, I want to be, just do something stupid, blow up the World Trade Center. There's no accountability on my part. That was God's fault. That's basically what you're saying, right?
uh, I would say there's cause and effect, which is another part of God's law.
Okay. So would that be a yes or a no? Would I be
Well, see,
accountable
well,
for
you're
my
trying to
actions, or
put
would
what
that be God's fault?
I think how you just now put it, and I have to say this, and I don't want to interject in between you guys' conversation, but you kind of just like obstructed him just now because you're saying that it's people are blaming God, right? But what you call blaming could just say, I'm going along with God's will.
Well, no, you said it was God who created the sin, but I'm saying like to create sin is a verb. It's an action word, so something has to be done. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
we're the ones who
exactly.
do
So
it.
It was done
it
by
was
God.
done. Yeah, it was done uh when we were created. It would have to be
Yeah.
done as we're being created.
So let's see, let's see what you consider a sin. What do you consider a sin, or what do you consider that other people consider a sin? Like
What's
name one.
what's one of the commandments?
Let's say do
Thou
murder.
shalt not steal, or thou shalt
Okay,
not kill.
kill. When God, so we understand that it's an action word, right, and a verb. So when
Mhm.
God said do not kill, He also killed, is what you're saying? So
He had to know. He had to know what it is. How else does he know what it is?
because He's God.
Right. So he knows the action of killing.
Right. So when he says do not kill because he understands that that's a bad thing, that made him guilty if you decide to kill later?
That
Or
mean who?
because he
What?
said do not kill,
Hold
he's
on, wait,
guilty
wait,
of
wait,
all the
wait.
murders that happened. I'm trying to understand the
Let
logic.
me ask this question to that real quick, Kareem. And my bad again for interjecting. So if God doesn't want us to kill, do you think that we're doing that on our own free will, or is it part of our program?
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, brother, but I asked you a question. I'm saying if does it make him guilty when he said do not kill? Does that mean that all the murders that happened from that point on is God's fault because he said don't kill?
He knew it was gonna happen. It's a part of his will.
So again, I don't subscribe to anything being anybody's fault. I think that people are just doing what they're naturally going to do. So I don't like people try to say that, oh, you guys turned away from God because you want to blame him for not being. No, it's not a blame game. Like, you know what I mean? In fact, I agree with everything that God did. He said, nigga, I'm gonna make y'all niggas one way and I'm gonna make y'all niggas another way. I agree. You know what I mean? It's not a blame game. I accept all of that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So there's people, the people who are religious don't accept the bad side in which what they are.
Right.
It's not us. It's the people who believe in a certain way that say, "Oh, we shun you niggas for acting out the things that God put in you." No, nigga, you should be. It's up, nigga. Because just like what we were saying before you came on, God has good angels and God has bad angels, nigga. We play both of those parts.
Right. No, I know because we went into it before, and so you said if you were playing out those things, then it's not bad. So like you're saying, like if I play out murder, if I play out stealing from my brother, if I play out lying, gossiping, and all of these things, it's not bad. It's just part of life. Or if I say it's bad, it's just perception.
So have you ever stolen in your life before?
Yeah.
Was it so you knew it was bad before you did it, right?
Yeah.
Why is it bad?
Because it hurts somebody else, period.
Why do you have to steal?
You don't.
Why is stealing the thing?
Because people will do what they want to do.
Thank you. God's plan.
It's all a part of God's will. Like you can't do anything outside of God's will. And
Okay.
and we know God throws some hideous, nasty ass test at you. Especially if we want to go using the Bible. He done did some crazy shit or use people to do some crazy shit, kill people, murder people, rape, pillage, all types of shit, just to test
Well,
to
yeah,
see
that's
if they were still loyal. So we know that God is utilizing, good angels, bad angels. He's doing and making a play. You know what I mean? This is his movie in a sense. You know what I mean? And we're just watching that shit play out, and it's like we don't like a certain part of the movie, but it's like, nigga, this is all a part of God's will, or else it wouldn't be here.
Hey,
bro. I think
Kareem,
that's all perspective.
do you think that God, when you do a good thing, that's God working through you?
You said what?
When you do a good deed, do you think that that's God working through you?
No.
Hold on, wait. Because earlier in the previous conversation, you said that no human being can do good. All the glory goes to God. You said that.
And so when you ask me, the question that you just asked me, does that mean that my answer is supposed to be wrong or something?
No. I'm just saying. So how far does that theory go in what you talk about? So if you're saying, so you said no. I'm gonna use the exact word you said. You said righteous. We cannot be righteous. Righteousness is God's, right?
Right.
Okay. So when you do something righteous, that's not you doing it then, right?
Mm.
Not necessarily, because this is the thing. Well, no, you gotta understand. You kind of gotta understand, and that's what I mean by, like, when I'm having a conversation with somebody who don't really know the Bible, because when you're talking about what is righteous, there is nothing that's righteous. So what do you think is your, and see, we're using words that we can't even use that word righteous, because there is nothing that's righteous. So how could I do something that's righteous? Like in your
righteous, is righteous not synonymous with doing good deeds?
Yeah, it's not. And what is good? So I don't understand what's doing good. When you in your perception of doing good, because it's only perception, right? In your perception of doing good, what would that be? like
I'm
holding
finna
the
look up
old
righteous
lady's
real
hand and
quick.
walking her across the street, or what would that be?
Hold up, because I think that what you're saying right now, that no matter what we do, nothing's good. But I guess if good and righteous is not synonymous, then I'm finna
Right.
shut it down.
Good is only your perception. So when you do things that make you feel good, you probably think you did something good. Like if you go feed the homeless or something, you
Oh
probably
yeah. I got you.
consider that good. But what good is really just obeying the laws of God. You know what I'm saying? What righteousness is obeying the laws of God. So if
Okay.
you're not obeying the laws of God,
Do you see the definition right there?
you said what?
You see the definition?
Yeah, but that's Webster's. We're talking about the Bible right now. So we're talking about biblical definition of righteous.
So what is the biblical definition of righteous?
Go ahead and put it on the screen. I just told you what I believe that it is.
What you believe? Do you believe the Bible, or what you
Yeah.
believe?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna look up righteousness.
And I'm saying what I believe based on content of the Bible.
So I'm saying, so you don't think that, and that's why I asked the question. You don't think that your perspective or your understanding of biblical righteousness is not synonymous with the word good?
Well. Let's take it. Let me ask you a question. Do you think you're a good person?
What? I think I'm a person.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you think you're a good person or a
I'm
bad
a good person. I'm a bad person. I'm an ugly person. I create good and evil.
Okay. Well, what makes you good? What the good part about you? What makes you good?
People tell me I'm a good guy. It's the people.
So that makes you good because people tell you that.
Hey, if they say I'm good, I'm good. Am I not?
I mean, if that's your perspective, so that's really literally my point. A lot of people think that they're good people, but these same people, they lie, they tell, they gossip.
I think that's the point that we're making, Kareem.
Right. So then you're not really good, are you?
So what is good?
Good is obeying the word of God, the will of God.
Okay, so if I'm obeying the word of God and somebody tells me that I'm good, that still means that I'm not good, because that's just their perspective, right?
No, that would be you're good because you're obeying the word of your creator, the one who created you. You're
Okay,
following
so
his will.
wait. So your creator is another perspective, is it not?
You said what?
Your creator is another form of a perspective, right?
No, we already went over that because I don't believe in forms of perspective and all of this.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. So you said,
my creator is the one truth.
Okay, that's your perspective, though. That's not everybody's truth.
But that's still the one. That's still the truth, regardless.
Your perspective of the truth. Everybody does not believe in that.
But it's still the truth.
Kareem, so look at what you're trying to do. You're trying to say that perspective does not constitute truth, but then you're saying your perspective constitutes truth.
No, because everybody has their own perspective.
Thank you.
Like if I seen somebody get shot, right? We already went over that. Everybody has their own truth.
All right then.
But it doesn't mean that your truth is really the truth, because there's an overall truth that overrides anybody's own personal truth or perspective.
Kareem, you and Krishna are about to have an exchange, right? So the reason that you guys are about to have this exchange is because you're saying that your truth is more truth than his truth is, right?
Absolutely not.
What?
Absolutely not.
So his truth is more than yours.
You said what? The exchange that me and Krishna going to have is just based on.
Wait. So Krishna's perspective is going to trump yours right now. His
maybe
truth is higher than yours.
I'm open.
No, I'm asking the question. So if Krishna is able to say this tonight or maybe next week, hey Kareem, I'm gonna whoop your perspective ass. Will you join his shit?
Yeah, if he can prove to me that the one God or something like that I believe in don't exist or something like that, yeah, then I would say yeah. But it's impossible for him to do that because I already met that guy.
Because you're stuck on your perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know God.
Okay, that's
like
from your perspective. You know God.
This
is my point. How do you know that he don't know God?
Because is he describing my God? I mean, it's just like this, Woon. It's just like this.
What are we talking about?
He tell me he know you, and then he describe you and say, yeah, Woon was tall with dreadlocks. I'm gonna be like, nah, that ain't him, bro.
I'm gonna eat that up right now. There's 5 different people who know me. all of these niggas is going to give you different aspects of Woon because different people bring out different shit in me. Period.
And ain't gonna none of them describe you with no dreadlocks.
Kareem, how do you know that I didn't have on fake dreadlocks the day that I met these niggas?
It ain't
You
him,
don't
bro.
know.
It's not him. If it don't,
You don't
look,
know.
because well, look, my guy, his character don't change. My God character don't change. So you know what I'm saying? If my God ever tell you to not forgive your enemies or something like that, what you was reading out that satanic book, then I know that didn't come from my God. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
The
Kareem,
thing is,
don't bring up that book again. Don't do that. I'm trying not to. We're not gonna bring that up. But anyway, so when it comes down to you saying that perspective can be wrong, right? Anybody's perspective can just be wrong because it's just a perspective. But when it comes down to you, it's absolute truth. Do you see the
Well, I'm saying
that?
Look, anybody could have a perspective of the sun as well, too. S-U-N, right? You could have your perspective. You could say the sun don't shine bright. There is no sun. The sun don't exist. That's all perspective.
You a question, Green,
But the overall truth is that there is a sun that's hanging in the sky. You see what I'm saying? So you could have your own perspective, but there's still
can y'all see and hear me right now?
That's the bigger
go ahead,
truth.
Christian. My bad. I'm gonna let you rock.
Nah, because what you saying, like, that's the most beautiful analogy that you just gave. That's exactly what we're trying to tell you about God. We're all describing the same sun from different perspectives, but the absolute truth is that the sun exists. So your own example is proving the fact that what we're all trying to say is that we're all talking about the same God, because it's only one God.
Thank you.
Right,
no
but we're not, though. That's
we're seeing it from our own perspective.
You said it's not?
No, it's not, because you talking about somebody different. There's a lot of gods,
but
there's only one real God. But
it seems to be a lot of gods because everybody describes God from their own perception, and they may have their own image or their own name that they call God, but we're all talking about the same God ultimately.
Man, didn't Moses talk to God through a burning bush?
Also, hey, Christian, I wanted to address something that you had said real quick, and that was about the evil. You said that God created evil, so you got to understand that when he's talking about evil, I already had brung this up in the group chat before. I just couldn't. He's talking about calamity, so he's the creator of calamity, is what that's talking about, or adversity. You see what I'm saying? So he's not talking about moral evil as how you would think of evil.
Hey, what does good mean? Does good mean good right there? Or only just when he talk about evil that it means something different?
Well, I already gave you the fundamental definition of good and evil. So good would be the following the will of God, and evil would be disobeying the will of God. Simple as that.
So so again, good means good and evil means evil.
Yeah. Evil bad.
It's crazy. Now that's a good point, because only when God says I create evil, it has to have a different definition. But
man, come on,
he
said, stop the cap.
You think that that's the only time that it's used in there?
No, what I'm saying is, why is it only when he said that? That's not what he's not talking about, the type of evil that he's talking about in all the other chapters. Only when he said that, he's talking about a different kind of evil.
Well, how many times did God say evil?
Hey, it's right there on the screen. It's right there.
Hey, you said evil meant what?
Calamity.
He said
Calamity, adversity. So when he says I am he said I am the creator of what do you say? Good and evil. He's talking about calamity, diversity. Yeah.
Adversity. I don't
adversity, diversity, calamity, whatever.
I don't see calamity, but I do see adversity.
Well, it means the same thing, so it's a sentiment.
I think that's what we're trying to get at. So evil is just like some bad shit.
I would, and this is it's gonna sound blasphemous to say, and I promise I don't mean it like that. But not only does God create evil, God is evil. God is both good and evil. It is all the reason that we know that this is the absolute truth is because God is the source of everything. So no matter
No,
who you
we
want
already
to
went
say,
over that though. So we can't say that's the absolute truth because God is not the source of what comes out your heart. You create what comes out your heart.
but
Who
Yeah.
created the
no,
heart?
exactly.
But the heart was created for you to have your own creation. Do you understand that? So like I can
Right
I
there.
can
That's it.
create.
Right. Every time you say that, every time you give a source to the
For example,
to the smaller sources, then it's
let me,
all good.
let me give you a good example. The perfect example would be like artificial intelligence. I can create artificial intelligence, but once I create artificial intelligence and I create it with the parameters that it can learn on its own and that it can expand and that it can
Why would you do
evolve
that,
on its
Kareem?
own, you see what I'm
Why?
saying?
Why?
Then
For
I'm
what?
not responsible for how it evolves. It
Yes,
created.
you are.
What? Yes,
You
you
are.
are. You're the
All right.
creator
So
of it.
if you
No,
created a
I'm
robot,
responsible for
that
allowing
robot,
it to evolve, but how it evolves, no, that's within
How
but
it
you
itself.
the one that
evolves.
set it into motion. So you're ultimately the
Well,
source of it.
that's how we know it's not my fault because of what y'all
Hey,
said.
this nigga
Perspective.
said
So
if I press a
if
So
you
button,
create
the
a
bulb go
robot,
off. It wasn't me. It was
if I
Right.
create a robot, if I
Exactly.
create a robot
If
and
I
I allow
create,
that robot to have perspective, right? Then that means based on its own perspective, based on how it sees the world, is how it's gonna create. So
but
your
you
perspective, as
programmed
in
it though.
no,
right.
no, no. You program yourself. You programmed you because your
Oh
experience
shit.
is what programs you. So as
Oh
you're
But
walking
you,
shit.
down the street, as you're having experience in life, you're programming yourself because
Who
your
programmed? Who
perspective
programmed? Who programmed
sees the
the street? That
experience in a
who
certain light.
programmed the
So
environment?
what
that's what I
happens
was about to
is
say.
so what happens is as you maybe go through calamity or adversity, right? You think of that may turn you into a wicked person or something because what grows inside of you because of the calamity or adversity.
but
As
but
in
but
somebody else's perspective, it may be only good comes out of them.
God still know that though.
And if
Yeah.
it was God's fault, then every time somebody goes through the same thing, then they would have the same results. But we
Why
see
does it have to be a
but we see
fault
something
though?
different for every single person. So that's how we know it doesn't originate from God. It
But why?
originates
Why
from
did
within you,
Kareem? Let me
right?
ask you something. Why does it have to be a fault?
Can we address that?
Yeah.
Let's address this real quick.
I'm saying if it comes from God, right, then it would be the same in all of us, right? But because we
It,
have our own individual experience in life, our own path and our own perspective, then we can walk the same path but have different results. But if it was from God, the originator, then it would all be the same from us, right? So if I grew up in a home with abuse and all of that, I'm gonna be the same as everybody else, right? If it come from God.
no, this is the thing though. We all have the ability. We may choose different things, but we all have the
Well,
same
no.
choices.
You said you can't choose nothing. You just said that. You said God chose from the beginning. Now you're saying you could choose. Which one is it?
What
You
I'm
are
saying
God.
is exactly. We may
All right, go
all
ahead.
we may all end up making different decisions, right? But
How?
we
How do you make a
all,
decision when you said that we controlled by God and God make all our decisions?
because I am God. So I'm the one making the decisions. Because God,
Okay, so
all
you
right,
created it. So you created it.
Easy.
yes.
Okay, so that's the same thing I'm saying.
No, all right. So when you say I create, you talk about evil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, when I say I, you think I'm talking about this body right here.
No, that's exactly who you're talking about. You're God. So that means because you can't
No,
create
no,
no
no, no,
son,
no,
so
no.
you're not the same God
This
as I'm talking about.
body, all right, when I
Here
say
we
I
go.
created good and evil, I think in that, all right, let me run this back. We're gonna go real deep real quick. We gotta go hella deep.
No, we're gonna stay shallow.
Now we're gonna go real deep.
He said,
He said, "You ain't finna take me down there, nigga."
No, if you finna try to say that you a God, then we on the surface. We really on the surface of this.
I got something for that. I got something for that. But so let me make it make sense, man. Because and I'm gonna be honest with my perception of what God is and what creation is. The decisions that we're making and shit like that. When all right, I want to say this right. God created Himself in the form of human beings to perfect Himself. You understand what I'm saying? So
hard.
the evil things that we do, I wouldn't even necessarily call evil. It's God going through trial and error through simulations that He created to continue to grow and perfect and purify and grow himself and learn himself.
Why would he need to learn? Why would God, the all-knowing, you, because we already said he's all-knowing, right? Or is he all-knowing or isn't? Which one is it?
Okay.
God,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I got
God
to
is.
answer for that though.
I want to hear your answer. I'm gonna answer.
Let me answer that real quick,
please.
Before any form, what form is God in, Kareem? Let me ask you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're asking me. I'm okay. He's in the elemental form. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so is God human?
No.
So God never experienced being human.
God is not a human being.
I'm asking you. Okay, you said no. So has God ever experienced being human?
I mean, it depends.
I'm asking you a straight question. Has God ever experienced being human?
I would say yeah.
Okay, when did God experience being human?
Jesus.
At the beginning of time.
Okay, so God was in human form?
Yeah.
Show me the biblical literature that says God was in a human form.
Easy.
Huh?
Easy.
You say easy?
Easy.
Okay, well, just say it so we can all be on the same page.
We all know where it's at.
I'm just saying real quick.
Yeah, Jesus.
Well, so Jesus is God in a human form, right?
That's correct.
Why did God need to be in a human form?
To show y'all, to show you.
To show me what?
To show you how to walk this life, because you clearly couldn't walk it without him showing you.
I thought God already knew what we was going to do anyway, so why does he need to show us anything?
Because he want to show you, because he don't want you to go where you're already going.
He already knows where we're going to go.
He know where you go, but it's still your choice.
If it's our choice, if we got free will, then why? Hold on, wait. We got free will or no?
So it's hard for y'all to understand. So let me take
Hold on. I'm following you. Do we have free will?
We're talking about somebody that is all-knowing, right? So I know the choice that you're gonna make. But guess what happens?
Wait, Kareem.
If I put choices in front of you, if I put something in front of you, it means that you can make a different choice, right?
So when did
even though
let's talk about let's talk about Jesus. When did Jesus come into play?
I guess what year is it? It's 2023. So I guess and it's 2023 AD. So I guess 2023.
Was it before or after the flood?
What are we doing?
Was it before or after the flood?
Did Jesus come before or after the flood?
Yeah.
It's common sense, man. Only Noah's family was here during the flood.
I'm saying, did Jesus come before or after the flood? After
the flood.
So God didn't give a fuck about the niggas before the flood. And then he learned, oh, maybe I need to send Jesus down there because they didn't get it, right?
That's your perspective.
That's why I'm asking you.
Well, no, it's your perspective. You allowed to have your perspective.
I'm asking you, Kareem. I'm asking you for your perspective. So
that's
why did Jesus not come before the flood?
Well, yeah, that's not my perspective.
I'm asking you a question to get your perspective. Why did Jesus not come before the flood?
Well, I think he didn't come before the flood because he gave him the law before he gave him to Jesus, and then they couldn't live up to the law, so he gave him Jesus to live up to.
But he knew that they wasn't going to live up to the law.
Right. So he's giving them another path.
Kareem, he knew that they wasn't going to live up to the law.
It's the same thing that you do with your kids. When
I'm
you know
not
that your kids,
according to you,
when you know that your kids ain't gonna live up to something, you'll help them out.
Let me ask this though.
Again, so if God knows everything, he would have known that shit wouldn't have popped. So Jesus should have been here from the beginning in the flesh.
You said what? He was here from the beginning.
No, not in the flesh.
Yeah, not in the flesh, but he was here.
Okay, so thank you. So obviously God learned that, hold on, wait, maybe I need to insert Jesus just so these niggas can get it. He learned.
No, he already knew that. That was already part of the plan.
So why did if that was a part of
So
the
if
plan?
it was already
If that
done from
wait,
the get go.
if that was
Right.
the
So
part of the plan,
right. There's
why
nothing
didn't
that
he
God
give us
did that he had to
Jesus
learn
from the
or he didn't
very
know that he was
beginning
gonna
of
do.
creation?
That's already part of the plan. It already says that it's already written all the way to you die. He already knows what's gonna happen. You see what I'm
Thank you,
saying? It's
Kareem.
not predestined.
Exactly.
It's not
So
Now,
why
but
did he
predestined,
need to
but it's
insert Jesus?
written already.
So
So
why did he need to insert Jesus?
It's already written.
so that you would have somebody to look up to.
No, we don't
For
need that.
what?
It's already written.
Yeah, that don't make
Yeah,
sense.
so that we would have somebody to look up to.
To do
but you
what?
gotta
To do
acknowledge
what?
the fact.
He wasn't finna
What is he
change
here
nothing.
for?
He
Because
was
of your
not
If I
human
say
finna.
it's
nature.
already written, Jesus
Your
don't even
human
matter.
nature created evil within you,
Hey,
right? So
but Jesus was
created
not
evil,
coming to change nothing. He couldn't
right?
change shit.
And so
You can't
now
change what's in
Jesus
your
did
heart,
change that.
Kareem. It's if just like you said, it's already written.
Jesus did change it because now guess what?
Okay, so it wasn't already written
Now guess
then.
what? Let me tell
If
you
he
how Jesus
no,
changed it.
fuck that.
Well, no,
If
no.
Jesus
Let me tell you how
changed
Jesus
anything,
changed it.
it was not already written.
Well, let me
That's
tell
a
you how
fucking
Jesus changed it.
Mm.
Because now guess what?
Oh,
Because guess what? When God created the law, you was guaranteed to go to your final destination point, right? When Jesus came, he gave you a path to be saved because no matter what, you weren't going to be able to live up to the law.
Wait,
Oh
so he
my
already knew we was gonna fail before he sent Jesus, though, right?
Yep.
God. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. All
Again,
right,
it wouldn't matter. I don't see. So you're saying Jesus changed people's minds? That's what you're saying.
That's what you said.
Well, so what are you saying then? What did Jesus change?
I said Jesus was put here for to give us an example of how to live on life. When Jesus came, he came as our savior because guess what? Humans are not able to live up to the law. You see what I'm saying? So when the law came into place, it's just like I agreed with you. You said that kind of brung in a way it kind of did. It didn't bring evil in because to bring evil in, you have it's like I said, it's a verb. It's a action has to take place, and the action comes from a choice, right? So God didn't bring it in, but at the same time, he understood what we was gonna do. You see what I'm saying? And the law in itself, since we couldn't live up to it, he had to give us something else that we can that would basically save us. You see what I'm saying? So that's
but
why he gave us Jesus,
Kareem, you do
because we
understand
can't live
that
up to the
you
law.
say that when you say that God knew our entire destiny before it even happened, that it destroys the whole concept that you bringing forth here.
It doesn't though. And
But let me explain though. Just let me explain because all right. So does God know who's gonna go to hell and who's not from the very beginning?
from the very beginning, yep.
Okay, and that's set in stone. Like he already sees it before it happens.
But why though? But why does
No,
he know that?
you tell me.
Because he knows the choices that you're gonna make. He
Cool,
knows
that's perfect,
he
right?
knows what you're gonna create, right?
But if
So
God knows the
it's
choices that
still
I'm
up
gonna make,
it's still
even
up to
though
you.
hold on, let me just say this though. If he knows the choices that I'm gonna make, he knew the people who was gonna accept and reject Jesus even before he sent Jesus, right?
Right.
So what is him sending Jesus gonna do to the people he already knew was gonna reject Jesus?
Well, guess what? What would how would it what would it do for the people uh if he didn't send Jesus? How would they accept Jesus? Then they would just be bound to the law, right?
Either way, they're bound to the law because he
Yeah,
already
exactly.
sees the whole future.
That's what I
How's
was.
that when he sent Jesus for you
No,
to die for your sins? That's just
no,
what you're
please,
saying, but that's not the fact.
no, because you saying that, all right, so God knows if
We'll
I'm
go
going to
outside.
hell right now, already, like in this moment, he already knows every choice I'm going to make in the future, right?
Right.
So if he sees that future, there's nothing that can change that future, right?
Wrong.
But you said he already sees the future. He
Okay.
He
knows,
already
he
knows
knows
you're going to
exactly.
hell.
Okay, but
Wait.
you're
He
I think
knows exactly what's going to happen right now. Like there's nothing that
what
can
you're
change that.
giving what you have it's your foundational look at knowing does not make you responsible for someone's actions is what you have to
Wait,
understand.
I'm not even saying that. I'm not even trying to say that God is responsible, but what I'm saying is if he already knows my future, no matter what I do, he can see my end result. He knows my
Right.
end result before I even know, right? So there's nothing I can do to change that destiny because it's already set in stone.
But there is no destiny. You're this is what you got to understand.
But if
Regardless,
there's no destiny, then
hold
God
on real
doesn't
quick. I
know.
understand what you're saying.
Right.
Exactly.
No matter what decision that you choose to make, God knows your decision, right?
But
Now, is there
this is
follow
crazy.
what I'm saying though? Follow what I'm saying real quick. Is there a
Man.
destiny? That means that if there's a destiny, that means that when you put your left leg in front of your right foot, that's what God made you do that. You see what I'm saying? No, when you put your hold on. When you put your left leg in front of your right foot, God knew that you were going to do that. That's saying something completely different. You see what I'm saying? What you're saying is
already
because
written mean?
but what you're saying is no, the ending is already written. Not everybody's life is already written. The ending is already written, which means the end of the
Right.
story.
Okay, cool.
It wouldn't
Right. You
matter.
gotta understand what that means. It means the end of the story is already written. It doesn't mean your life is already written or your life in death is already written. So you gotta make all the
Bruh,
decisions
but if
while
the
you're
end
here.
is already written, that means, all right, I'm God. Nothing is created yet. I'm thinking about my creation before it's happened. I can see the end result of every being that I'm about to create. This 500 million billion people are going to go to hell, and this 144,000 is going to go to heaven. No matter what I do, I already seen their end. It don't matter if I send Jesus, Moses. I already seen these motherfuckers is going to hell. So if I know that that's what's going to happen, nothing can change that.
Yes, it
That's
do. Yes,
what
it can. You can change it.
then that means, okay, if there's two different paths, they can either go to hell or they can either go to heaven. As God, if they have the choice themselves to make that decision, then I don't know what they're going to do.
Why is that? Wait. I want you to answer that. Hold on, because you said that like profoundly, like I was supposed to learn something from that. So I want to know why that is. So wait. You said, hold on. You
Because
said that.
I already know.
Okay,
If I already know
wait. I
exactly.
want to get the logic. So I just want to repeat what you said to make sure that's what you said.
Okay.
You said that if you have the ability to make your own decisions, that means God wouldn't know what decisions that you were going to make.
Absolutely.
So what you're doing is you're taking the ability from him to be all knowing away from him, like he is not God.
No, that's actually what you are doing.
Okay.
Because you have to accept the fact if God actually believed that God knows, well, we're gonna go into that.
So you don't think that if you decided right now that you wanted some milk, God didn't already know what your decision was gonna be?
So if he already knew what my decision was gonna be, then that means it was already predestined for me to drink the milk.
How is that? Because I have knowledge of it. That means that it's predestined.
Because if you have knowledge of it, then that means that's what I'm going to do.
Well,
and if that's what I'm going to do,
I guess we could argue this in a million circles, because then our foundational belief on knowledge is completely different. I don't believe that if you have knowledge of something that it means that you're predestined. I have knowledge of a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that it's predestined.
No, but you're talking about being able to predict the future, though. That's a different kind of knowledge,
right? So we're all.
And then you're not saying
you,
but okay. I would respect it if you was to say, God knows that we're going to make one of these two decisions, but he's just waiting to see. He wants us to make one, but you're saying he knows exactly which decision we're going to make. So if he knows every detail of what I'm going to do before I do it, then I can't do nothing outside of what he already knows.
Exactly what he already knows, but not what you cannot do. You cannot do. That doesn't mean that you can't do nothing outside of yourself, but you can't do nothing outside of what he already knows. That's correct.
You could do. So you're saying. So this is what you're saying. You're saying as humans, we can do things that's outside of God's will.
Right.
See, this is why we have to understand that.
That's crazy.
Okay, let me ask you a question to that because I had to jump in on that part. So, if we can do something outside of God's will, Kareem, what does that look like? Is that saying that we have the power, more power than God?
It looks like disobeying his command. We already went over that. He gave you free will. Within that free will, you can disobey whoever you want to. So your perspective on that may be that you have more power
But
than
we
God.
said
If you can disobey.
outside.
I'm talking about going outside of God's will.
That's outside of free
Right.
will.
So
That ain't got shit to do with that. That's our own will.
Again, so once going outside of God's will is not following the instructions of God. You have the free will to go outside of he gave you the power to go outside of his will. Now, if your perspective on that is that,
let's put that into practicality. God made us as humans with the inability to like fly on our own accord, right?
I guess so. If you mean on our own accord, you mean by like not creating an airplane and flying, or you mean like with wings or something? We do fly on our own accord. We build airplanes and we get in them and we fly.
Let me reiterate my question, seeing as how you want to dance. Can humans lift off the ground on their own accord and just fly? Yes or no? I'm sorry, you kind of on everything you glitched out. I didn't hear that. Did y'all hear that?
No, I said we don't fly like birds, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay, birds aren't the only things that fly. But so basically, so you're saying that we have the free will to do something that God did not intend us to do, right?
Right.
So how come I can't fly on my own will like a bird?
That's for surely outside of God's will.
He might be breaking out again.
Yeah, I think he glitched.
Yeah, his little service.
That's Guy. He like, hey, Kareem, stop capping on my name, my nigga. Hey, while we're just waiting and shit, I just think that if we have an all-powerful being that created something, and there's the creation can create something that the creator cannot create, woo!
We got more power than the creator.
Yeah,
exactly.
We would definitely have more power than the creator for sure.
Hey, Keon Johnson. Hey, if you feel that I'm playing, please invite yourself. The link is on my thing. Please come in and help your boy Kareem out.
I want to ask Kareem. My bad. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, because Keon Johnson, I think that he will be an important fixture to this conversation. And I think that Kareem may need somebody to jump in on his behalf.
Yeah.
Nah. You know, I thrive, man. I thrive against the masses anyway. You know what I'm saying? But now Keon got more like Keon. I believe that he has more of y'all perspective on things than mine.
Nah, hell no. I think Keon got more perspective on your shit than ours. That's why I'm telling Keon to come in. I think that because
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure he's not into the Bible and that he don't necessarily believe in Jesus the same way that I do.
I think one of the last conversations that I had on social media via Facebook with Keon, and he can come in and correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that without the Bible that people wouldn't know how to function properly. And I disagreed with that. So if he remembers that conversation, or if that's not what he said, he could come in and speak his piece. But I think that he's more or less. I think that he's an important person. He would be an important person to this conversation, just to bring his angle of light, going back to what we was talking about. However, my question still stands, Kareem. Now that your reception is good, do you think that when it comes down to us being able to go outside of God's will, what does that look like? Because I can't fly. I want to fly right now as a human. I want to get up.
Y'all gotta you have to accept my answers for my answers instead of asking me the same questions over and over and over. You asked me that.
I didn't get your answer because your reception was bad.
I'm gonna explain it again. That looks like going outside of the commandments of God. So he gave us instructions. We can call the 10 commandments part of those instructions, and there's a lot more as well about as far as sin is concerned.
It is
so anytime we go outside,
there's no law against flight.
You said there's no law against flight.
There's no law against flight.
So what's your point?
So I'm saying, so how come I can't fly if I'm able to go outside of God's will?
Okay, so we already described what the will of God was. So he gave you certain commandments, right? Did he say do not fly?
Hey, Ms. Devine almost spit that shit out. She said, "Thou shalt not fly."
You asked me a question. Did God say, do not fly? Right? Did God say do not fly? Thou shalt not fly?
That's what I'm saying. It's not a law. So how come I can't do it? That's my whole point.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't really understand your question. So I think we're getting real elementary with it right now. Like I said, God gave certain commandments. Do not kill, do not steal, do not woo. How can we go outside of that commandment? Is to disobey that commandment. So God never said fly or don't fly or whatever you're talking about. So yeah.
So you're saying, but you overlooked the whole ideology behind the question that was being asked. I think that's where you're
the question is very.
Wait. I want to make sure that you understand why I asked that question.
I get your line of questioning, but I don't think that your line of questioning pertains to what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna tell you why. You got to let me speak.
It doesn't.
Okay,
it's
but
very
again, just for the company. We got to talk for the company sometime, Kareem.
But that's why I think. That's why I think Keon got on here and he said that the dialogue is futile because we do a lot of this shit back and forth, and instead of just I think this is what I think. I think instead of us going in so many circles about the same shit, we should like accept how everybody believe and then move on to the next thing so that we can.
That's the whole point of you and Krishna's dialogue that we finna have, right? So again, when you say that there are certain things that shall not be done, there's a lot of things that's going to be done, regardless to if you say they shall not be done or not. That's your perspective. But again, this is where Keon probably wasn't in the building. You said that your perspective is absolute truth.
Right.
Keon, please come in.
Meanwhile, let me ask you a question real quick.
I'm just, go ahead. I'm chilling.
Yeah, I just got a quick question. So you say that God is all knowing, right? So would you say that you say God knows everything, right?
He's all knowing, yeah.
All know, so he has all knowledge of all things.
That's correct.
Did he have knowledge of all things before creation as well?
Yeah.
So before anything was created, what was there for God to know?
Before anything was created, all things, he knew all things.
But I'm saying if there's nothing there for him, what is there for him to know before creation?
That was a bar.
There would be the future. That would be created in the future. He already knew all that shit.
Okay.
He knew you before you was ever created. Before you was ever created, he knew you exactly what you was gonna do and everything about you. So that's what he would have known before you. And before anything, he always knew. You got to remember, first of all, there's a Godhead, and they know each other. So I don't know how deep you want to go with this shit.
Okay, now we can go deep, but because you also said that basically man created sin, right? Or man created evil, what you call moral evil, right?
Right.
So if man created moral evil, but God, would you say that God knows good and evil? Like he
Does
has
God know good
knowledge,
and evil?
full knowledge of good and evil, right? Say again?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So if God
Yeah.
knows, if he knew good and evil, but man created evil, it would be wise to say that God learned about evil from man through creating man. If we created it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't believe so.
My point is this. The point of what I'm saying
if he
is,
already knew you before you existed, well then why would, if he already knew everything about you before you even existed, then why would he have to learn
so
anything
he
once you do
knew,
exist?
so he knew that evil was going to be created by man before he created man.
Yeah.
So
Oh, my
evil
bad.
already existed in God's mind.
That's your spec
Because
having
you
knowledge.
said that
I guess
he could see.
that he has knowledge, then that means that that existed. Then I guess if that's
Right. It already existed within his own mind before it happened.
Thank you. What's the purpose of existence?
knowledge of it
would be the next question. So what's the purpose of existence?
So you just said it right there. If God knew everything, I got you. If God knew everything before creation, he had a thought before he spoke the word, right?
how do you figure a thought? Because you have a thought before you speak?
No,
you have a thought
you said
before you
he could
speak.
see the future, right? You said he saw the future.
Yeah.
He knew even before he even thought to create. Because
look, I think
half of the
problem is
no.
that
Don't run.
Brain. Right. It's not running, but it's that we keep going in the same circles, brother. That's what I was saying before.
No, this ain't us, bro. This is what
you're trying to.
It's not a circle.
Yes, it is.
It's the
You're
beginning.
trying to explain to me.
I'm trying to teach you the Alpha and Omega, G. Like, bruh, this is exactly what I'm doing. You're saying that God knew the entire future before creation, right?
Man, if you can say something to me that hasn't been said to me before, you're not giving me no more information, bro. That's all I'm saying.
We just having a conversation right now, and I never had this conversation with you. Right. This is like
me
some
and
of our first time.
Look, even while you look,
but
Woon,
I'm not Woon though.
It's your conversation. This y'all shit.
This is between us, so you gotta talk new to me, because this is our first time having these type of dialogues. You know what I'm saying? So just for the sake of the conversation and for the podcast, just had this conversation because I'm trying to understand and I'm trying to help you understand some shit. You know what I'm saying? Right. So what I'm saying is, if you said before creation happened, that means there's nothing there but God, and he could see the whole future. He had to be able to see this within his mind, right?
Right.
So God has a mind.
Man, I'm gonna let you tell your story, bro.
Wow. Yo, but you said that you was open, bro. This ain't fair. Cause you said if I could prove to you of what I'm trying to say, you're open to hearing what I'm saying and to maybe even changing your perspective. I'm trying to give you my perspective and you automatically like stepping back from it, like, yo, just go ahead and say what you're gonna say. I ain't gonna listen. I'm trying to really have a dialogue with you. Like, for real. I'm asking you a simple question. Does God have a mind?
No, well, see, I've already explained to you that you're attempting to put God in a humanistic box, and you're attempting to describe God and what he does in a humanistic type of way.
You can simply say
so I'm
no.
not going to allow you to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to allow you to put God in
no,
a
you
box.
can say no.
Right. So I don't know is the
I'm
question.
just asking
I
the
don't
question.
know how God works. I don't know when it said it. Look, this
there
is
we
my
go.
thing.
There we go.
We talked about this last week.
Okay, cool.
Clip it.
The big thing is neither do you. That's what you need to clip. Neither do you.
Whoa. But
You're-
how
Hey,
do
hey,
you know?
Keon, hey,
So
Keon.
just
Look,
because
look,
you
Hey,
don't
Keon,
know,
You said it.
Keon,
You
look,
said it,
Mike,
bro.
wait.
He said it.
So just
You're the
because
only
you
one on
don't
here
know,
who has
I automatically
determined.
can't know.
Yeah, you're the only one on
Exactly.
here who has
Exactly.
determined how God thinks, and you know what I'm saying. If He says something, how He thinks.
I'm not even trying to tell you that I know how God thinks. I'm just walking with you through a process of
But
thought.
how can you
And we
walk
see
with? Okay, wait. Okay, so when a goat does something, how do the goat? You know what I'm saying? Like that don't even make sense. If you don't know how you're talking about something that is way more on a whole nother level than you. So how would you know?
How do you know that
How
though?
can you walk
How
me
do
He
you?
through?
said he
Wait.
don't know.
How do you know that?
Exactly. So how
exactly.
can you walk me through something? You so
No,
you
no, no, no,
saying,
no, 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 no,
well,
no,
when
no, no,
God
no, no.
spoke, that means
You're
He had to have
speaking
a
on
thought. I
God's
don't know.
behalf,
I don't
and
know.
you
It
just.
said,
Oh wait, you
this is
just
what it
now
said. It
said
said
that
in the
you.
beginning.
Oh
It said in the
wait, Kareem.
beginning, he
You
created.
just now said that you don't know God, but then you're also speaking on God's behalf. You
I
cannot
didn't
be
say that.
Exactly. It
Because
don't
I'm
work
going
like
off the
that.
Bible. I'm going off of what I do know. I'm not going off of what I don't know. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
But
so
Kareem,
So
wait.
what I
So
know,
that, hold on,
this is what I
wait.
know.
So
What I
that
know,
means,
what I do know is that it said that when He created, He spoke it into existence. It didn't say nothing about Him thinking about nothing. It said He
that's cool.
spoke it.
That's
So
cool.
I'm not
But
gonna.
because somebody
So if
wrote
you
it,
go into saying
but
that He thought about it, that means you made it up.
that's cool. Because somebody wrote it, you're taking it for as being 1,000% God's word, right? So this person knows God.
No, what I'm saying about it is if He
woo,
done it, then He said it. He spoke it into existence. You're
Kareem,
making some shit up if you
you're
say He thought
jumping
about it.
over
I
my
don't know how
question. I
God.
asked
I
you
don't
a
know how God
specific
works.
question. Does the person who allegedly wrote the Bible know God? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about, bro. Y'all all over the
I'm
place with
asking
all
you
this
a
shit.
question.
Hella different
Hey,
questions
Keon,
about hella shit that
is
don't
your
even
mic
matter.
on?
Like y'all keep talking
Hey,
about
turn
this
your mic on.
foundational thing, but bro, we already been over this shit hella times. Y'all have a different foundational belief than I have on free will, so that's why we keep going in circles. You see what I'm saying? Because
But I'm not asking you at this point in time. I'm not asking you about free will. I'm just
but
saying
exactly.
y'all
that
asking me silly questions, bro. Like you know what I'm saying?
Bro,
It's a
these
little
are not
silly.
silly questions. These are really
I'm only asking you questions pertaining to what you say. That's all
exactly.
I'm trying to get clarity on what you're saying. So again, if you say that you don't have an understanding of God, but you're speaking on God's behalf, I can't take what you say
No,
serious.
I didn't say I don't have an
know God.
understanding. I didn't say I don't have an understanding of God. See, that's what I'm saying. Silly shit. I never said that. I said I cannot. Other than what I know, I can't.
Can you fully comprehend God? Yes or no? Thank you. That means no.
Can you?
So that means you
Can
can't
you?
speak upon
Okay,
God's
so then
behalf.
how can
Period.
you? Okay, so look. If you can't do that, then how can you?
You're breaking up. I can't even hear you.
Shit.
There you go. What you said? What happened?
I said if you don't, you agree that you don't also have an understanding fully either. So then can you walk
I never
me
told you
through
that. I
how
never said that.
exactly?
You
So how
said
can
that. I
anybody
never
walk
said that.
me through the
No.
process of how God thinks and
You
all of this other
said
shit?
that. I never said that.
Having a conversation with Krishna, and he was trying to walk me through a process. And what I'm telling you, you can't walk me through that because that's not understand God. I never tried to walk
But
you
how
through
do
none
you
of the
know that
different
I don't
information that already
understand
happened.
God? Kareem, how do you know I don't understand God?
You don't.
Wow, that's your only. How do you know that though?
It just
Well,
do.
create a sun.
Right.
Like I said before,
It just
create a
do.
sun, create a star. The sun give me warmth and give me life.
Wait.
Can you do that?
So wait. So in order for me to just understand God, I have to have all the powers of God.
Absolutely. If you can't even do what God can do, then you clearly don't understand him. You can't even do the basics, right?
All
The
right,
basics
look. Let
is
me
give
say this
life to
then.
others. The
Let me
basics
say
is
this.
give life.
Okay, because God is infinite. So I don't think that anyone can fully know infinity, right? It's not possible because it's infinite. I don't even think God fully
Then you
understands
should
God.
be infinite if you got right. Are you infinite? But are you
No,
infinite?
I am infinite. But
Now,
this is what I'm saying. Then that means
now
I can't even fully
at
comprehend
one point you
myself.
said now you saying God is infinite.
Yeah, I am God and I am infinite. But
So then
even God
so then
doesn't
if you
know.
are infinite, then you
Listen, you
be able
can't
to
cut
do
me off. You gotta let me
infinite
answer
things
your
that God
question.
does.
Let me answer your question. Even God doesn't know the limits of his own power because it's infinite. It's
Keep
unknowable.
going
It keeps going.
and
Growth don't
changing and
stop. Knowledge
evolving.
doesn't stop. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. Just because you have a certain limit of understanding, don't mean my limit has to stop at yours. You feel me? Like
That
you
part.
have a certain level of understanding of God, but your limit of understanding isn't the pinnacle of knowledge. There are others who can have a knowledge higher than yours, and that's not to take a jab at you. You can increase your knowledge. That's what life is. It's an infinite process of learning and growth. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? But you are trying to limit us at your limitation, and that's
Trying to put
ego.
niggas in boxes that niggas is in.
Yeah.
Hey, but real quick, because I want Keon Johnson to come back on here. So if you're still even in the chat or watching this, hey, pull back up because I definitely want to hear your perspective, and I definitely want to have an exchange with you for real.
Then that's what I was trying to get to instead of us going.
Yeah, and that's what I
Yeah,
meant. But before we encapsulate it as being a circle, it's only a circle if there's not a stopping and learning point, right?
it's a spiral.
You have to just like he said, you said that you was open, so he was trying to give you certain things, and you're discarding everything. You're like, no, you don't know.
Yeah, but y'all giving me this
you
like
don't know.
look,
I don't know
look,
either, but you
if
don't know.
somebody is
Right.
y'all the same shit over and over and over to
But
where
this
it's
is why.
redundant. You know, like
No, this is why. Because
look, you're not
every
giving
time
me
we go
good
through the circle,
information.
you stop when we
You're
get
not
to a
giving me
certain
nothing
point.
good. You're not giving me nothing
Bro,
Right.
this
to
is good
take
shit.
me to a
That's from your
you're giving me the same
understanding
shit.
though. That's
Look,
from your
that's what
but
life
you're
is. Every
exactly.
year you go through the
But
same
look, it's
shit.
like this.
No, listen, we go
Like
through
this.
circles.
If
We go
everything,
we go
if
through
I'm walking
circles every year.
a bridge and it work every
Yo,
time, right? If I know what I'm doing is on point, you see what I'm saying? Let me some different shit. Then why would I listen to him? It don't make no sense.
yo, God give you
You
the same lessons over
if
and
it's
over again until you get the answer. You gotta keep taking the test and
right,
studying for the
but
test
when
until
God
you pass the
give it
test.
to you, it's giving you some
hey,
game. It's giving you some game. It's giving you food. You know what I'm saying? Y'all
That's
not
what we
giving me no
doing.
food, bro. Y'all not, you know what I'm saying?
pause for the
You
calls
not.
real quick. Hey, Keon, is your pause for the calls real quick.
Damn.
I'm trying to get Keon up in here. But I think I don't know if he's having mic situations, but his camera's good. So
Yeah,
Keon, I don't know if you're trying to get your mic correct, but the camera's good. We can see you. You good, but I just want to be able to hear you. So I just want to make sure that you come in on the humble so that we can have a good, fair exchange. Like, you know what I mean? But Kareem, what I'm gonna say to you is that sometimes, and this is not a down, this is not a diss, because I'll fuck with you, nigga. You my man, 100 grand, right? So even just pulling up to these type of conversations, knowing that you might be the underdog, is highly commendable and shit, right? Niggas can't take that from you.
Hey, I gotta stop you.
Wait.
I gotta stop you.
Hold on, wait.
I can never be the underdog, my nigga. I'm always
No, I'm
the
not saying
overdog
that.
type.
I'm not saying. Listen to why I said that, Kareem. I'm just saying because everybody, you're not the person that everybody has the same perspective of light with. That's all I'm saying right now. That's the only thing I'm saying right now. So I was just about to tell Krishna the same thing. Krishna is the only Buddha nigga that come onto the podcast, so he's also in that same box. So I'm not trying to put you on blast like that. I'm telling both of you guys, but I'm telling you for sure because no matter what type of angle, because there's different angles. But no matter what the angle is, I think that if somebody says, "Hey, me and Kareem have to have an exchange," then you're down for that exchange, and that's all I'm trying to say to you. Like, you know what I mean? Just like with Krishna comes through and he gives this exchange. But when it comes down to the level of being open, right? And I think that's where the miscommunication comes in at is just like, even Jesus was telling people, do you believe that such and such can happen? And in order for some type of change to happen, aka the miracles, when the miracles happen, Jesus was saying like, hey, do you believe that this shit can happen? And then the word is like apathatha or whatever the fuck that word is. And then let it be done. Boom. You believe it can be done? Nigga, be open. Apathatha or whatever, how you pronounce it, means to be open. That way you can let light in. Right? I was talking about this earlier about being clear enough to let light pass through you. Right? The clarity. Right? So if we're talking about being open, if you're pigeonholed in, how much light is really going to get in? Nigga, you got to be open. You got to say, you want to know what? Let me listen to what niggas is talking about. And not just for the sake of saying, I'm going to let you talk. But I'm saying for the sake of, I'm going to be open enough so I can receive your light. Even though I may not agree with it, it's still an angle of light. This is how the show started today. Talking about different angles of light. So that's what I mean. So it's just like, we can talk, we can say that we're going around in circles, but it's just like niggas is going to keep on spinning the block until you get the message. Like, you know what I mean? And that's the whole point. Is just like, when you think about it, like, had I not, just like you told me, Corinne, just like, nigga, how can you speak about the Bible and you ain't even read it? I'm like, oh, this nigga's right. Guess what? I got to be open to that angle of light. And guess what? I didn't read the whole Bible, but I started to understand the Bible. I started to be more open to the scriptures. And guess what? I agree with them. I'm open. The light is passing through me because I'm open. It's simple as that. So when somebody's giving you a different angle of light or a different perspective, if you're not open, the light is not going to pass through you. And it's just math. It's simple. Mm. Hey, you muted, Self.
I said fly right by you. You know what I'm saying? You don't catch it.
Simple as that. But I want to get I don't know if his phone tapped out. Oh, there you are, right there.
My bad, Joe. I'm having connection issues and shit.
Oh, no, you're good. But I just want to say, I'm just trying to express to be open just a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? Just so we don't have to spin the block so many times. As much as you're closed, just imagine you're a store and you stay closed and niggas is coming around. They're like, damn, nigga, I'm gonna. Nope, it's closed. Damn, nigga, I'm gonna. Nope, it's closed. Nope, it's closed. So whenever you're open is when we're going to be able to exchange currency.
Let me ask you a question. You using the word closed like closed, so closed, but I'm in the I am group with a bunch of people who think opposite. You say I'm closed, but I just did a whole research on Hinduism. I didn't go into it biased. It's just the information that I read. I just didn't agree with the information. You know what I'm saying? It didn't sit right with me. And then most of the things that we talk about, I'll go research the shit and look into it. But I still stand on my foundation. So then, because it confirms itself, and that's why I stay on these chats with y'all, because it takes me into more research. And then as I go into the research, the Bible will confirm itself again and again and again. You see what I'm saying? So am I the one that's closed?
I said it earlier. I said that. I said even bad information or the bad angle of light is still an angle of light, which is going to make people stand on their shit more. I said that earlier. If you weren't here, right? But what I'm saying is that you said, and I have to go specifically now because you're saying on some broad shit. Let's go specific. You said that your perspective is the absolute truth. And when you say things like that, that lets me know that you're not as open as you think, as you say you are.
Well, that's perspective, right? So I'm saying it this way. Well, let me tell you how I'm saying it. I'm saying it this way. I'm saying if, like, for example, if I say, I already gave you the example. I know God. I've had conversations with God. I've talked to him. I know him personally. You see what I'm saying? I know his character personally. I know his personal character. I know how he get in. You feel me? So if somebody tell me something, and that's the absolute truth. So there is no other perspective. You feel me? That could be your own personal truth, but all I'm saying is your personal truth is a lie. If it don't go with the same character that I know, then that's not my God, and my God is the only one true God, and that's facts. You feel me? And nobody can't, and there's nobody that can show me anything different. You know what I'm saying? And that's don't mean I'm not open to it. No. It don't mean that I'm not open to it. It just means that it's impossible for you to do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, how can you do it?
That's listen to what I'm saying. That's my whole point, right? Now let me take you out of the equation real quick.
The reason why it's impossible because I'm worshiping the right God, right? So
there's no right or wrong. But let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, so you can see what I mean, right? Krishna is a Buddhist. Can I say Buddhist, right? Can I say Buddhist?
You can say that. You can say that, yeah.
Krishna is a Buddhist, right? In the beginning of me and Krishna's exchange, I had not enough knowledge about what Buddhism represented, right? So with me and Krishna's exchange, I said, hey, you want to know what? Even though I'm not going to adapt and change my life to what Krishna's talking about, this nigga is lit, right? So that's to say that, hey, you want to know what? I'm open enough to even understand and accept his truth as mine. Not to say that I'm a Buddhist, but I'm to say that I am. So Krishna, just like you said, when you are a part of the group, the I am group, Krishna is also a part of the I am group, and niggas is open to all things. Why? Because we're open. It's as simple as that. So I'm saying, like, if you don't, and I'm not telling you to change what angle of light that you come into and represent. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that the exchange that you and Krishna are going to have, or trying to have, I'm saying right now in real time, when he's saying certain things, you're saying, nope, it's not true. Can't be. It's not my God, so it can't be. You're saying can't be. When we're talking about an infinite God that has multiple possibilities, infinite possibilities, you're saying can't be. Christian said this earlier, saying you guys minimalize God. Hold on, wait.
No, there ain't no multiple possibilities. There ain't none of that.
I'm almost done.
You made that up.
I'm almost done.
Choices.
Christian said earlier that you guys say that God is this all everywhere being, but then you guys minimalize him, and to just call him is a minimalization. Facts, right? So anyway, but when it comes down to him not being able to be all things, you're saying, nah, he can't be what Christian is talking about. Not because God can't be, but it's because of your personal perspective. Just like you said,
that's not true.
God, you said it. You're not.
Yeah, but it's not because of my personal perspective though.
What? So
it's not because of my personal perspective though. It's from general truth. So like I said, I said before to you.
Wait, you can't say that, because why does he have a general truth as well? That's not your general truth.
But his general truth is a lie, because let me tell you why. His general truth is a lie. But let me tell you why. His general truth is a lie because confirmation. He can't confirm the shit that he's saying. You feel me? Like life experience is not going to confirm that shit.
Just because I can't confirm it to you doesn't mean I can't confirm the truth.
Look. Yeah, a lot of times, like when y'all talk, I'll be listening, and then a lot of times when I try to talk, then all three of y'all cut in. But that's why your door is so open. You know how your door is always open? When you at home, do you leave your door open and unlocked?
Hey, you be saying, hey, you be the one who be closing
I'm asking you a question. You know how you said you asked me a question, just answer the question. I'm asking you a question. When you at home, do you leave your door open and unlocked?
Kareem.
You probably don't, because you don't want anybody to come in, right?
I don't see how that's relative to what we're talking about right now. But what I'm saying is that you're writing off his truth because it's not yours.
Right, because I'm not because it's not mine. It's because It's look, confirmation tells truth. So when there's a lie, it's not going to be confirmed by experience.
Confirmation for him. Is his
Yeah,
confirmation
but that's
for
for
him?
him. But in general, it's not going to be the same. In general, it's not. In general, it's not the truth. In general, the sun shines light on your body. Your perspective of that could be whatever, but in general, the sun shine light on your body. So if in the confirmation, right? So like we went back to the Satanic Bible,
Right.
confirmation of life tells it's not good to focus your energy on and to focus your hate where it's deserved. That's not confirmation. Confirmation from my experience don't tell me that. So if somebody else is saying that, then they gotta be lying. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that don't have to from my personal perspective. That has to do with
not to go there. I told you not to go there, but now let's go there. I told you to stay away from that, but let's go there. Have you ever punched somebody that has punched you?
Okay, regardless of what you're trying to say, bro.
No. How come you don't answer questions? I'm asking you a question.
So you saying if I have punched somebody who punched me and I followed that is true? I've done a lot of shit that I don't agree with.
Thank
so
you. Wait. But was there?
And I just made the point that the confirmation didn't confirm right for me. So that's my point.
Kareem, wait. Was there reason that you punched the person who punched you?
Because I did what I wanted to do.
No. What was the outcome of that?
I answered your question exactly how I meant it.
Okay, well, let me ask you a new question. What happens to the bully that bullies what happens to the person that gets bullied? How do they stop being bullied?
A lot of different ways. Maybe they go tail. Maybe they go to a different school. Maybe they move areas.
Ultimately, they stand up to the bully, right? Ultimately.
Maybe sometimes they're rare, but sometimes, yeah.
Ultimately, I don't give a fuck what fashion it is. They stand up to that bully, right?
I mean, they can move if that's standing up to a bully. A lot of people move, but you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit people do.
So anything that they do is going to be aimed towards, wait. Anything that they do is going to be aimed towards the energy of the bully. Yes or no?
I mean, I don't know. Moving is that aimed towards the bully? If you move away,
this nigga's insane. The energy is towards the bully.
If I move away from somebody, then I'm trying to get away from the bully. So it's not towards the bully; it's away from the bully. So I'm taking my energy away from the bully.
What? You trying to get away from who?
I'm energy from the bully.
Thank you. So your energy is aimed towards the bully. I don't care how you got it.
Your perspective on it. Yeah, that's your perspective.
Hey, Keon, how you doing tonight, man? Hey, you muted, self. And Keon, you muted too.
Oh, my bad. You gotta go to the settings. Oh, and then allowing the mic, and that shit ain't working. It don't say allow mic. Hey, try Google Chrome if you on. I don't know if you on Google Chrome.
Yeah.
You on the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the Google Chrome browser works better for this if that's what you're using.
Like when you click the link,
yeah.
you see the three dots up in the corner. When you click the link, if you see the three dots, when you click the three dots, you should be able to open it in Google Chrome. Do you got Google Chrome? Do it give you that option?
That's like when you first come in, or what?
Yeah. When you first click this link, it's gonna pop up like you can join, but then it's like it should be three dots in the corner. If you click that, it should give you the option to open the link in Google Chrome.
Yeah, that's what I had to do.
When you click that,
right,
when you click that,
yeah,
it's gonna open it up and then join through Google Chrome or something like that. Yeah.
I can read lips kind of good. Hey, when I was young and shit, when you younger and shit, you gotta watch like porno and shit, like on the low and shit. So you gotta like read lips.
Yeah.
I am totally out of my mind. But anyway, when it comes down to the level of being open, right? I think that if we're going to be open for real, we have to be open enough to receive a lot of things. And Kareem, I'm not. He's still in. I'm not saying, and again, and I gave the perfect example. I'm not going to say that I'm 100% Buddhist from me talking to Krishna, but guess what? I'm going to say I do understand what Buddhism is, and that a part of that is me, right? Because he's able to tell me enough that from his angle of light and be my Buddhist angel to say, you want to know what? Nigga, that Buddhist shit is lit. Done deal. I don't need to say, well, Krishna, because I wasn't taught like that or my shit ain't like that, then you're 100% wrong and I'm 100% right. What does that look like for real?
Well, we just went over that, Woon.
And look, if people in society function like that, we wouldn't even understand foreign languages.
Well, we just went over that. I just asked you, why don't you leave your doors unlocked and leave your door wide open?
That analogy is horrible.
Well, why is it horrible? I'm trying to tell you why it makes sense. Just now said that I should open up to let shit in, right? Why don't you open up your door to let shit in? Because you want to protect yourself, which you know your valuables, right? Because you know the shit that's in your hold on, real quick. I'll let you talk. You know the shit that's in your house is valuable. You know that your family that's in there, you want to protect it, right? So you're not gonna let any old bullshit in that door, especially when you know how bullshit look. You feel me? That's why you keep a lock on your door and you only let certain people in your house.
Okay, that's cool. That's on some human shit.
No, that's on some regular shit. Your temple is your house. Your body is your temple.
That's cool. That's cool. But the conversation that we're having right now is a spiritual conversation. We're not talking about
exactly. So why would I let some spiritual bullshit into my temple, into my house, when I already know what's real?
So where do you think that he got his spiritual information from?
Well, it says he got it from Hinduism. I'm assuming, right? I could ask Christians that.
Where does that originate?
I'm thinking from a fallen angel, from a demon or something like that.
Yo, that shit is crazy.
He said, I'm thinking. He didn't say it was fact. He said, I'm thinking that.
Right.
Well, when I look at the originations of most other religions, and I looked up Shiva. I looked up Shiva, and she's part of Hinduism. And Shiva was off in the cave talking to fallen angels. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking it all came from.
The concept of fallen angels don't even exist in Hinduism. So what are you talking about? Shiva was talking to fallen angels.
Hey, look,
talk about it.
Hey, you do your research. You do your research. Do your research. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
I've done plenty of research. What are you talking about? Shiva was talking to his fallen angels. It sounds like you read that on a Christian website.
Okay. Hey, you do your research. If you so Shiva.
Elaborate. Just tell me the story.
No, you tell me. You tell me the story, because I don't follow Hinduism. So what's
you can't bring up points.
So Shiva wasn't out in no mountains in the middle of the mountains practicing for hella long, and how this shit came about. So I didn't did the research. I don't got to tell you nothing. I already know what she did. You feel me? I'm telling you, she was in the mountains.
You saying Shiva is not a she.
Shiva, she or he, Shiva. It sounds like a female to me. Regardless, the human being. Shiva was off in the mountain talking to a spirit. That's fact. That's fact.
Say that again.
Shiva was off in the mountain talking to a spirit. I call it an angel, a fallen angel. She was talking to a spirit in the mountains. That gave her basically what you going off. Gave Shiva what you going off. That's where the shit come from. That's where part of it come from. But y'all got several gods. Some of y'all believe that it's multiple gods, and some of y'all believe that it's that is some of y'all believe it's one God, but that is like Shiva and all of these different names is all part of one God, and some of y'all believe that it's all hella different gods. So
you gonna tell me what we believe, and you only been studying this for what, a week?
Yeah, because guess what I just did today? I just talked to somebody who believe in Hinduism today, and they don't even believe none of the same shit that you was telling me. So that's how I know exactly. So when I talk to somebody who say that I talked to somebody that say that there's hella gods. You said it was one God.
There is one God. Expanded is many gods. There's one absolute truth.
That's your belief of it, though. But everybody who believes Hinduism don't believe that.
Well, say again.
I said everybody who believe in Hinduism, that's not a general belief. That's just what some of y'all believe. But most
And
of y'all,
everybody that believes in
if you
Christianity
look at
don't
the history of
believe
it,
the
most of
same
y'all
thing.
believe in different
Every
gods.
religion,
That's
every
in
religion,
Christianity too, though.
exactly. Christianity got people who believe it's many different sects of Christianity. Y'all niggas don't all believe the same shit.
Right.
One
You got
God though.
people who believe in Gnosticism.
Yeah,
You
one
got
God
people who
though.
believe in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But
Yeah,
only your
that's
version
cool.
of
One God,
Christianity,
one
right?
God though. One God.
Bruh,
So
I'm
even
trying to
though
tell
the
you.
one God
What
has
if I've been
different.
telling you? I'm sorry, who talking?
No, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
I've been trying to tell you my whole perspective from the very beginning has been that we all are talking about one God. There's always only been one God, but that one God expresses itself in many different forms. So if that one God is in many forms, each one of those gods is a piece of that God. So it's still the same God. That's what we talking
Exactly.
about. That's why we
Yeah,
say we're God.
that's how you make it. That's how you make it sound better for yourself to believe it.
No, this is the absolute truth, Kareem. Yo, I actually believe you're God.
Hey,
You are a
Kareem,
piece of God.
Kareem, is everything God?
No,
It's got everything. You
Is
no,
gotta
God
answer like
everything? God is not
no,
everything. I'm
no.
done. I'm done, yo.
that. Hey,
And
hey,
that's it.
Keon.
So
That's a
God is
wrap.
not
If
omnipresent.
God was
Yo,
everything, then everything would be able to
Hold
do
on,
what
wait,
God
wait.
can do.
Hey, time out real quick, everybody. Time out. Uh, and I hate to, and I know you guys. I know this is what we was originally supposed to do. But as the show grows, we have new people that come in and bring their angle of light
Right.
into the mix. So I super salute you, Keon, for coming on to the show. A lot of people don't do it, and I know that you are a fixture and in the neighborhood and even in the city of Sacramento. I'm gonna just say it like that, as being a person of your demeanor. So I definitely want to super salute you and give you a humble welcome to the podcast for sure.
thank you very much.
Definitely.
I tap in every now and again. I
Oh, I didn't
listen.
know that. I didn't know that. Okay.
No, I do. I tap in every now and again. I listen. I might laugh. I might be like, "Where the fuck is these niggas going?" And then I dip. You know what I mean? But
Definitely.
I think a lot of this conversation is entertainment. I really do. I don't think I think there's some ego in it. I think there's search for understanding. And then I just think, things be all over the place. Because in this life, first we'll never know it all, right? We will never know it all. I think we're searching for the question since the beginning of time. I think we're searching for the beginning of time. My foundation is in Christianity, but I've grown to expand on that just based on my own questions and things of that nature. And I only say that to say in the beginning, when my mic was muted, was asking, what does my beliefs lean towards this way and or that way. Again, like I believe all of y'all, there's one source, there's one creator. I think we can try our best, and it has to be earnest, right? So I think even this conversation being held on this is private room talk. This is the way we're searching right now is very dangerous in more ways than one, to have this kind of open dialogue in a sense. Because it can lead people down roads of confusion and all types of things. So, I'm just here to kind of see where we're going. I'm listening to points, and I'll plug in accordingly. But
Definitely. So when you say and I kind of I'm with you right now, so I don't want to cut you off. So when you say you gave it 3 descriptions, right? You said that it can be like funny, it can be like all over the place, and it can be, I forgot the last one that you said. What was the last one? Did he freeze?
Yeah, he just froze up. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So when you say, can you hear me? Okay, the entertainment part I get, like, you know what I mean? I get that because sometimes education can be entertaining, especially when it's multiple energies, you know, just trying to
Sort
gain an
through something.
understanding. Exactly, that's a fact. So when you say that that it's all over the place, I still would say that that's a good thing, because that way we're not just focused on just being in one lane, right?
Right. We go everywhere trying to
All
find
over the place, you know. And I'm just bringing context to what you're saying, right?
Yep. Yep.
So when you say that it could be dangerous, right? Because it can cause confusion, right? I think that when we talk about, I think
we already in confusion.
right, no. I'm just saying, like, exactly, right? So when we talk about the word confusion, it's just like, you know, there would have to be confusion, because they say the devil is the author of confusion, right?
Right.
Just like we said earlier, if you were in the show earlier, if you was in the comments, or, you know, just watching us, we were saying playing devil's advocate, and even in the devil's advocate, we can say something that may not be privy to what you're naturally thinking off top, that fuses one ideology with the next. So now they're in confusion, right? So even in confusion, the purpose of confusion is to get what you're going to get from that confusion. So you're going to have to go with the
basically kind of like out of chaos comes order.
That, you just took the words out of my motherfucking mouth. The chaos is the confusion that gives birth to the order, right? So I still think that would still be a grand thing, but people have to be open enough with themselves to do the work.
Does everybody believe that also? Does everybody believe that out of chaos comes confusion? I'm just curious.
No. I'm saying chaos and confusion is one and the same thing. What is chaos? He said it earlier, all over the place. That's chaos. You gotta follow. You gotta. Hey, let me and Keon build real quick, Kareem. So
no problem. I was just asking a question. I just wanted to know the general beliefs, because Keon did back and say he was asking, like, he was trying to see what you were saying. He said, like, as in comes out of chaos, and you said yeah, and I wanted to know, did everybody believe that?
What else does chaos? What's the purpose of chaos in your mind?
No, I just wanted to know, does everybody believe that? Does everybody believe that general statement?
That order comes from chaos. Yes.
You believe that too, Keon?
I do.
Okay, that was it. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like Keon, like I'm just again, you know, this is Keon's first time on a show, so I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page. So I'm just giving him what he's saying, and then I'm responding accordingly, right? So again, if we're saying that everything is, because he said, I'm just saying what he said, everything is all over the place. So we would say that, you know, sometimes when everything is all over the place, we're able to touch a multitude of different angles, right? That's all I hear when he says that. That's absolutely fine for us to be all over the place, because we're trying to figure it out. Like, you know, it's simple math to me, right? So when it comes down to that, when it comes down to the understanding, and this is a direct question for you, Keon, when it comes down to being all over the place, do you think that when we go one place that we have to have an understanding before we can go to the next?
I think it makes sense to come to a consensus and a certain understanding before we move on.
Right, because thank you for saying
that's the build. That's the build, right? We building on concepts and precepts.
There we go. This is how we build. So if we are, and just for the sake of this conversation, if we're talking to Krishna right now, right? And we're trying to get an understanding of what Buddhism is, because he would be an angle of all over the place, right? Christianity, Muslims, Hebrew Israelites, whoever else, these are all different angles of light. So they're everywhere. God is everywhere. God is omnipresent, right? God is all over the place. So with that being stated, if we're trying to get a better understanding of God, because a lot of people that say, well, we don't know God. Well, nigga, let's find out. Let's see what different perspectives or angles of light that we are if we're made in God's image.
I don't think, here's the thing. I don't think you can find out in the flesh. You can do your best, but we all know you got to wait till you close your eyes forever to find out what's really real.
Do you meditate?
No, I don't meditate. I mean,
pray?
you know what? For the sake of the word, I sit still. Hold on, I'll just try to. I sit still and deal with my thoughts, if you want to call that, a form of meditation. Meditation is more. A sister posted the other day and it said, meditation is listening while praying is talking. I could dig that.
I fuck with that. See, right there. Meditation is doing what?
Is listening. And in that sense, I would say yes, I do. In that sense, I would say yes, I do.
Thank you. You just know took my picture. You helping me paint my picture, right? So if we want to get an understanding of what, damn, he froze. I gotta wait. Okay, there you go. So if you want to get an understanding of what God is, and this is why I say, do you meditate? Because if we don't have an understanding, and you say that meditating is to listen, that means that we're listening to God speak when we meditate. Or what else are we listening for?
Yeah. And they say God lives within. So if you feel me, like to even meditate, to listen is within form of action.
So my thing is that when we come to these different angles of light, just like you said, right? When people say meditate on that, right? Meditate on it. You just now gave the profound definition of what meditation means, to listen. So if
think about it.
Go ahead.
Sit with it. Sit with it. Think about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So if we say meditate on that, it's not to say close down and say what my shit is. What? No, we're not talking about that. We're saying take yourself, because when you meditate, you're not here. When you meditate, you're here, right? Yeah. So we're not in this we're not in human form when we do this shit. We're going to a whole different level of our being.
Right? Yeah, but you're still in human form.
No. When you step outside of how can you? So how are you not listening right now?
What do you mean?
Why are you not listening right now?
I am listening right now.
So to meditate is to listen on what level that you're talking about.
Oh, no. You can't really. So meditation is directly. It's not listening to humans. I'll tell you that.
That's what I'm saying.
It has nothing to do with listening to humans.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. So you're not in a human form when you're meditating. It has nothing to do with this. It has everything to do with this. That's what I mean. You just said it. I'm only giving you what you're saying in a different way.
I kind of see where you're going, but what I'm saying is, I see what you're saying. You think you're saying what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is you're still in human form. It don't matter how tight you close your eyes, how dark you see the dark. You're still in human form. You're attempting to, you're tapping into spirit, but you're still in human form.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what drives your body?
The spirit.
No, I'm asking him.
I want your answer.
Well, you can answer that question, I guess.
No, I said the spirit.
Okay,
the spirit.
What do you mean? Okay, I would say
or the
spirit,
soul. You can say soul.
Spirit, soul. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For the sake of the conversation, spirit, soul, quote unquote, drives your body.
Okay. So with that being stated,
because I can say your heart drives. Go ahead.
I'm trying to take you to a place that is familiar with you, that allows you to say, I'm not just this body.
Absolutely not. You're your body and more.
Thank you. So when I ask you what level of listening is being taken place, you're saying we're still on a human scale. But obviously, I'm talking about something that's not on a human scale.
You're listening in spirit. God damn.
Does that make sense to you?
Uh-oh.
Everybody froze or mine just froze? Am I froze? Can y'all see me?
Good.
Oh, we good.
I'm locking in this motherfucker like nigga.
Mhm.
I love where you going with this though, Woon, because I feel like the main thing that it's very hard for people to comprehend, even though we talk about it all the time, is that we're not these bodies. Like we're
Facts.
not humans.
Yeah.
Facts.
We're in human form. You know what I'm saying? We're having a human experience, but we're souls. And then when you understand what a soul is, or a spirit soul, whatever you want to call it, then you can understand what you are and what God is. Because God is soul. God is the super soul, as we call it in Hinduism. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's the
Right.
supreme soul. And if I'm a soul and God is the super soul, then you understand? So you know what I'm talking about. But we
Yeah,
get
nah,
so
it's
caught up in identifying with the body. Like that's the whole illusion. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So
I
when we
mean,
say I'm not God or you're not God, you can't do this, you can't do that. Well, you're talking about the limitations of the flesh. But I can do anything in soul and spirit.
right.
Exactly.
And see, and that's and when he said, because I thought, and I'm not, and
Kept going in
he's
spirit
telling
form.
me this right now, so I don't care about saying this, but I thought we was kind of going to the same place when he said that when I meditate, I listen. Right? So
Right.
what's the difference between listening when you don't meditate and listening to when you meditate? There's obviously a difference, and that's what I'm saying. I'm only saying what he was saying, right? But
Exactly.
he won't amplify what he's saying. I'm here to amplify the energy behind the thought, right?
Absolutely.
So when it comes down to that, I'm not gonna cap. There's no cap in my shit,
Or
nigga.
or you changing what he's saying.
Okay, but listen, Kareem. If he said that he's listening, listen to what I'm about to say. Do not cut
That's
me
your
off.
perspective though. You just throwing it
Kareem,
back in your perspective.
real quick. We're talking about Keon's thoughts, not yours, right? So listen.
Right. And he told you that you were incorrect.
Kareem,
He told you
calm
that
down,
that was
Kareem.
not what he was
Calm down a
saying.
little bit. Just calm down. So now there's listening, and then what he said, he listens when he meditates. What's the difference between the two, Kareem? Since how you know.
I'm just saying the man told you out of his own mouth that what you're saying is not what he was saying. So it's the same thing that you would do with the Bible. You put your own perspective
Kareem,
on everything else. But that's not what you can do.
deal with the question, because he didn't. What's the difference between you listening right now and listening when you meditate? What's the
I
difference?
can't even go into that because I've meditated before and nothing that I do when I meditate
So why
has to
are
do
you
with
talking right now?
nothing I do. When you meditate, first of all, when you meditate, you focusing on shit, right? So
Thank you.
Not
what is you listening
necessarily.
to? Yeah, what is you listening to? So I wouldn't even have said listening. If you know what I'm saying, that's his perspective. And he said when he was
Okay.
meant by listening wasn't what you were saying. That's all I'm saying.
Kareem. What is it? What so from what he said, what he said, what do you think he said by listening? When I meditate, I listen. What do you think that meant?
It wasn't what you were saying because he
I'm
clearly said it
asking you
wasn't. So
what you
all I'm saying
think.
is that
Bro, you
What
can't ask him
wait,
no
I'm
questions,
asking
bro.
you what you think that he meant.
wait. When I think my perspective is right and 100%, you say that I'm not open. But then you say that you're here to
Kareem,
put this
I'm
super
asking you.
intellect
I
on
asked
other
him
people's
the same thing.
perspective.
But look, I back my shit with saying, are we just human or
You
are
back
we
your shit with your
spiritual?
perspective.
Kareem, stop. I asked him, was we just spirit? I'm sorry, I asked him, was we just human? And he said no. And I said, okay, so let's talk about it. So everything that I'm asking, I'm backing with questions that he agrees with. Period.
All you doing is putting your perspective on his thoughts. Period.
Listen, you're bugging right now. So I'm going to ask you, are we just human or are we spirit?
I would say that we both.
Then shut the hell up.
Man. Bruh.
Thank you. You're answering my question in the way that I asked it on a spiritual level. The book that we're talking about, the Bible, is not on no human shit.
It's on a human and a spiritual spiritual level, most definitely. The
What
Bible
is it?
was written
So
to
it's
humans
hold on,
on how to
wait.
live our life
So the
as
Bible is trying to
humans while
show
we
you
live here
to be
on
more
earth.
human?
You said what?
Is the Bible trying to teach you how to be more human?
The Bible was trying to teach you how to live your life here as a human and get the best out of it as a human being on earth. It's earth based.
What
It's
drives
fleshly based, earth based, but at the same time, it's a spiritual base on it as well.
what drives the human body, Kareem?
You tell me.
I just now asked Keon, and what did he say?
I don't know. I didn't. My phone was in and out.
The spirit. The spirit.
Okay.
Do you
That's his
agree?
perspective.
Do you agree
No,
with
I think
that
that's
statement?
No.
first thing I thought when he said what drives the human body. I would say food and fucking water. That's what drives the human body. That's my first thought.
That's on the physical.
It's insane.
You already.
Okay, and that's a
That's
basic.
what maintains the body, but what drives the body?
Right, and that's the basic of a human being is the physical. That's the basics, and we spiritual as well.
Hey, Kareem, you said what drives the human body?
When you first asked me that question, the first thing I thought was food and water.
What is water made of, Kareem?
2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen.
Is that physical?
Right, yes, it is.
What's physical about hydrogen?
What's hydrogen? The fact that it's gas. So gas is actually physical, even though I can't touch it. It's physical. The molecules separate. They combine. Shit is physical.
Hey,
I can capture gas. Can I capture? Can I capture hydrogen in a jar? Can I capture hydrogen in a jar? That means it's physical.
What are hydrogen? What are the molecules made of?
Some element. I don't know.
Thank you. Stop talking so much.
Well, I'm just saying, if I can capture it in the jar, if I can capture something, that means it's physical.
You can capture air in a jar. Is air physical, Kareem?
Yeah, it is. It is. That's why you can feel it when it touches you, right? When it blows, you can feel it, so it's physical. Simple mathematics. Who don't know that? Like, for real. Like, let's be real with this shit. Air ain't physical, but you can feel it.
Kareem,
are you serious?
What is air made out of?
Can you feel air?
No, wait. You said air is physical. What is it made out of?
Can you feel it? It's probably made of hydrogen, oxygen, and some more shit.
What is air
Other physical things? Hydrogen. Air is made out of hydrogen, oxygen, and the other gases that are in our atmosphere, which are physical.
Okay, so can you grasp air and hold it in your hand?
You can. Yeah, you can.
Hey, turn on your camera real quick.
I don't need to turn on my camera. You're not going to see the air, but it don't mean that the air is. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be air in my cup. If I take a cup, right? If I take a cup and it's a cup, all of a sudden, air is going to be contained within that cup. Parts of hydrogen, parts of oxygen, and parts of the other gases that make up air are going to be within that cup. So yes, I can capture air.
So you're saying that that these things. What's the basis of them? You said you don't know, so I can't go there with you, right? When you say
you can Google what the parts of hydrogen, the elements
you don't know
that are in hydrogen.
You don't know. Yeah. You can Google it. I don't need to Google it.
So you tell me then. That's what we here for, is education, right? Why wouldn't you educate me?
Okay. So if I choose to educate you, and if you choose to discredit what I'm going to say, where are we going to get to? We're going to spin a block?
No, I can never discredit what's real. I'm gonna discredit. Look. You can never discredit that water is 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. That cannot be discredited. So if you're gonna tell me the dynamics of what hydrogen is, explain to you how you can capture air. I just explained to you why you can capture it. Gave you a real life example of doing that. Now, if you can do the same for me, then I'd appreciate it.
Okay. So again, when we're talking about the spirit, what is the spirit made of, Kareem?
You think the spirit is made of?
I'm asking you a question.
Let me see. Now that you asked me this question, I'm gonna keep it real with you, because I think that I'm coming with something whole different now. You know what I'm saying? Because I think
make sure it's biblically sound. Make sure that we can go to the scripture. Go ahead.
Yeah. Make sure. Yeah, let's do that, because it's not going to describe no element elements of no spirit to nowhere in the Bible. So
Thank you.
if we saying what a spirit is your it's not even made up of no elements. You know what I'm saying? Because God ain't the elements. You feel me? Because there's elements that exist that's not even in our universe. You know what I'm saying? They finding new elements all the time. So we can't even say that God is these elements. You feel me? We just know that the elements come from God. We're not gonna define God without knowing. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna put that on him. You feel me? That's what I'm not gonna do anyway. So
You
I'm
said
not
that
gonna
the
say
elements.
that.
You
I'm not
said
gonna
that
sit
the
here and say I
elements.
said it.
You
I,
said that,
I said that in the past, but I'm not
that
gonna
the elements
say
come
that a
from
spirit is
God, but
element.
the elements are not God.
You said what?
You said that the elements come from God, but the elements are not God, right?
I mean, a rock ain't God, so yeah, I would say that. Yeah, rock ain't God, just like the
Okay.
element ain't God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So show me the biblical literature that says that God is not of the elements.
Show me the biblical literature that says that He is.
Omnipresent. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that don't say nothing about the elements. That don't say nothing about the elements. It means that He's omnipresent. That's all that means. That mean, yeah. What that mean?
Is so how can you create something that you're not, Kareem?
Easy. I create. I can get some baking powder and some flour, some sugar, and create a cake. And I'm not none of the above. You do.
You didn't create none of that shit.
Yeah,
And you
yeah, yeah,
made out all
yeah.
that shit.
This nigga
But I'm
said
not
smack.
God either. So I'm not God either. I'm not.
Anything that you try to create, you made out of that same shit.
Hey, Kareem, look.
The one created. So how can I create something that I work within the
Hey,
laws. I
Kareem.
gotta work within the laws of physical, and I gotta work within the laws
Hey, Kareem. Let's get back. Hey, Kareem. Let's get back to some real
of
shit.
existence. That's all I can tell you.
We got Keon back in the building. You cannot cap for Keon. Keon is batting for you right now. Don't.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and slide, man. I got some more shit that I definitely want to drop on
Oh
this
yeah.
motherfucker.
We appreciate you
But
for sure.
you already know, man. I'll tap back in next week, and
Definitely.
if we can set some shit up, I mean, ain't no big deal. I'll be in communication with y'all. But if we could do some shit on Friday, that'd be beautiful. You know what I'm
Next
Yeah,
saying?
we
Friday.
can run
Hey,
next
look.
Friday.
Next Friday, I'm keeping my schedule open.
Yeah,
Good?
that's
Okay.
good. For next Friday,
All
yeah.
right.
Okay, yeah, then
That's
we good.
exactly.
Then. Okay.
All right, for sure. All right, we'll figure it out.
All
All
right.
right,
Hey
peace
y'all,
to God.
peace, family. My daughter had my good charger in her mouth, so it's wet, so my phone not charging. So it might even die out in 10 seconds, but I'm here.
Hey, your presence is felt, and we appreciate you. That's what really matters.
Give thanks, kid.
But I was trying to because I hate to speak on your behalf, but I know that you said that you understand that the body is governed by the spirit, right?
Governed by the spirit.
Is the body the temple? Do you subscribe to that?
The body, the temple.
Yeah,
That houses the soul or houses the spirit.
right.
It is. It is.
So ultimately, I see you, young life. But hey, is that him? So when it comes down to, and that's the reason why I say governs, right? Because if the body is only a temple or a shell, and I say the word shell because we talk about testament, and we're talking about ment meaning shell or the outer core or the body, and ment being the mental or the mind. That's a whole different conversation. But ultimately, when it comes down to the body just being the body and the spirit being the spirit and the mind being the mind, or one and the same, what are we really talking about when it comes down to how we look at ourselves as this human flesh, right? Do we look at ourselves as a spirit having a human experience? By way of me driving my car, I'm just experiencing driving my car to get to where I need to get to. But ultimately, I'm driving the car. The car is just the car. It's a part of me when I'm driving it, but when I'm no longer in the car, it kind of like no longer serves a purpose because I no longer need it. But while I'm in my car is me. This is my car, right?
It doesn't serve your purpose, but it still serves its purpose. It's a car, and it's meant to be a vehicle to transport. But it's not serving you a purpose, but it exists in its purpose.
What purpose? Whose purpose is it serving?
It exists in its purpose. Its purpose.
Is my purpose and the car's purpose not the same purpose?
No.
So
It would have to be because you
No.
created it.
Let me tell you. Here's the thing about
Built
purpose.
for?
Here's the thing about purpose. Here's the thing about purpose. I believe, my personal belief is everything's purpose is servitude. Everything's purpose is to serve in some capacity. The
That's what
phone
I'm
you're
saying.
on, sir, what's that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so everything exists to serve. Now, if the car is parked and you're not in it, the car is still a car built to serve its purpose, right? It'll serve its purpose. It's not being utilized, but the
That's what
purpose
we
of the
call.
car.
That's what we call potential energy. There's potential energy, then there's kinetic energy.
Right. Right.
So when we talk about the potential energy, that does not mean that energy is not here to serve. But when we get into the kinetic energy, that means that the energy is being
It's in use.
in
It's in
motion.
use.
Yeah.
It's in
So
use.
again, the potential energy does not separate from the purpose. Potential and purpose, it seems like it's two different things, but potential constitutes purpose. What else is potential for?
I get it. And I agree.
That's all I'm saying. So when it comes down to the potential, let's go to the body, back to the body. When it comes down to the potential of the body, now what are we talking about? The potential of the body is the purpose of the body that's driven by the spirit.
Yeah.
Repeat that.
The potential of the body is the purpose of the body driven by the spirit.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that even though we may not say that this body is what it needs to be or it's less than, this body is purposefully a part of the bigger picture.
Look, can I ask a question? So would you say that your spirit drives your body more than your flesh?
One second, Kareem, real quick. So we can't discount the body, or we can't discount this humanization and say, oh, this ain't part of the purpose, or this ain't part of the plan. That's cap. Because otherwise, why is it here in existence? That's to say, God did some willy-nilly shit to say, oh, well, we're just going to throw you in a random-ass shell or a random-ass vehicle and expect you to get to the goddamn Golden Gate Bridge. Nigga, you know.
So let me ask this. Is the purpose of this conversation to dispute and refute God, prove God, or say that God is who we think God is? What's the purpose of this conversation?
Well, let me say that, and I'm glad that you asked that question. The basis of this conversation, because I believe, and not believe. Let me scratch that.
Or even the platform. This conversation / platform. Is it to?
Yeah. So on the platform, that's something totally different. The platform is to say that, okay, anything that you may disagree with, we're going to question why you disagree with it. We're going to free your mind. Just like I said that Jesus said when he says that people can't heal themselves or perform these miracles. Be open. Do you think that I can do these things? Yes, if you do, now let that shit happen because you believe that it can happen. Right? Free your mind. This is what the platform is for, right? Just to be free. Open enough to just let things happen as they're supposed to happen, right? If you allow them to. But even if you don't allow them to, you're still going to allow them to because this is what life is. It's a circle. It's always going to come back around to say, you sure? Like, you know what I mean? And that's why we have the free will of things, just to say, hey, you want to know what? Even though you may think that this is it, I'm going to give you an opposite end of that just to bring you back around anyway. This is the whole point of duality.
Since he asked that question, can I give my perspective on that?
Sure can.
Okay, yeah. From my perspective of what the platform is for, right, is you know what I mean? Because what's constantly preached on the platforms that we are gods, or that they are gods, human beings are gods, right? And I'm just giving my perspective. That's all.
No, go ahead.
Right. So that we are gods, and that what we do in human form, since we are gods, there's no good or bad to it. There's no sin or no wrong, because we are gods and we were put here to experience the fullness of life, whether in the direction that it takes us. That's my
Okay,
perspective
I got you.
of the group.
I got you. So you said earlier that God came into the human form as, excuse me, as Jesus, right?
But I wasn't trying to get. I'm just giving him so he can. You know what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to go back and forth with nobody on it. But he asked him a question, so I got to give him a full perspective because that's
Oh yeah,
just
yeah,
your
yeah,
perspective of the
yeah,
group.
yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? So
So,
you know.
so I'm just expounding on that idea, right? And I'm just saying, like, you know, when it comes down to the level of, if we look at Jesus and we say, man, God could have just, if God knows everything and God knows that this is going to happen and everybody's going to choose and whatever, this is why I asked you earlier, then why does there need to be a Jesus inserted into the story, right? So at that point in time, we would say for clarity and understanding. So we don't look at ourselves as being that angle of light or the level of clarity and understanding that may come about. Even though until we start doing certain things, Jesus was not inserted, meaning that there was a different angle of light that made Jesus necessary to be inserted.
That's your perspective, right?
This is facts. Why was Jesus inserted?
We don't need to.
We
We don't need to hit the circle again, but
I'm
we
just
right,
we
saying,
know
like,
what's
right.
I
up.
didn't get
But you already
clarity
went over
earlier.
that. Give us something. Give us
I didn't
a
get
standard.
clarity earlier.
Give us
I'm
a
just
standard to
saying.
live up to. We already went over that.
Okay, the standard to live up to that wasn't always present.
Hey, niggas didn't give a fuck. It wouldn't have mattered, right?
Thank you. Thank you. So,
Ultimately,
and I
it
hate
was.
to write. I don't like to write shit off like that because now it seems like I'm being biased if I just write it off, just like you just now said. But because we can't spin the block and get a clear understanding of why the shit was inserted, now we're being one-sided. But nah, niggas, spill your spill. Why was Jesus inserted? To have clarity to do whatever. But if there was already clarity, if God already knew, then what the fuck is the point of Jesus being inserted?
Just to be there again. He just a
It
general
don't make
presence.
sense. So we're trying to make this shit make sense to people who don't know how to make it make sense. Again, I do not have no problem with the Bible. The shit lines up. The
That's
Bible
it. That's
lines
it.
up every time. Every time that I read a scripture or anything, the Bible lines up perfectly. I do
Hey,
not.
Keon, you had cut out when I was giving my perspective. Did you hear what I was saying?
No, but I'm back for good now. I found a good charger.
There we go.
No, what I was saying, just so you get because you asked like what is the perspective of the group and the general idea. So the idea that I get from not only just from the group because I fuck with Woon, you know what I'm saying. So I've been commenting on his shit for a couple years now
I
before the
know.
I
I'm seeing.
group really got started, right? And just the whole generality that I get it, just my perspective is just that it's being preached that we are gods, as in our individual human beings are gods, and that since we are gods, we can live because like so. What's been discussed about God knows everything. He put us on this earth knowing everything, so everything that we do is the knowledge of God. So that means that anything that we do is in the will of God. That's what gets preached a lot. So that means that while I'm living my life as a human being on this earth, I should be free in my experience, like a free experience type of thing. Anything I do, whether is only a perspective, whether it's good or bad. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm going down one road, it's just my experience to get to where I gotta go, and it's okay because I'm having a God like experience. I am God, and God is negative and positive. So it's nothing wrong with experiencing all of the negatives of life and all of the positives of life. That's the general idea that I get.
Yeah.
Okay, and me chime in right there. So
I'm sorry,
in that,
go ahead, my bad.
in that, right, the Bible says, we are created in the image of the Creator. I think that everything that the Creator creates have traces of the Creator in it,
That's a
but we
fact.
are not the quintessential, right? We are
Right.
aspects. We're aspects and or expressions of the creator. And anything that you create has traces of you in it, right? Even in the name Free Your Mind podcast, the etymology of the word. When I broke down this, I didn't really do the etymology, but I believe etymology is very important in order for us to move forward in conversation. But I think, right, the word free in itself, and what spiritually what I came to the conclusion of, when you say free, you are free to or free from, right? Free to or free from.
I can dig it.
Right? So you're either free from, you're free to do as you want, and I mean you're free from laws, you're free from responsibilities, you're free from accountabilities. So I think it's tricky in that sense, right? The adversary, quote unquote, the devil, shaitan, whatever you want to call it, right? Would more have you be free to. You're free to do what the fuck you want to do, and in essence, we are. But then a truer freedom would be I'm free from negative influence. I'm free from things that might have control over me. I'm free to be me. I'm all the way tapped in. So what are we trying to do? Are we trying to get free to, or are we trying to get free from? Because in that sense, that'll answer a lot for me in terms of the podcast and the topics.
It's always gonna be both, because for you to be free from something, you got to have some sort of understanding about that thing, which is the opposite end of that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's where I wanted to use this as an example, like going back to the chaos and order thing. I know we was kind of talking about that earlier, Woon. But if you think about chaos, right? Like if you was to, I guess, put a person in the ideology of just pure chaos, right? Without the ability to die, ultimately, right? Because we know that that's on a physical scale. But if a human is on this chaos thing, the only way to get out of the chaos is to understand the chaos. You feel me? So that you can then formulate it into a structure or a light that you can understand and then be able to express. So no matter what, you know what I mean? Like that's going to be the constant battle of the back and forth. Like I have to experience certain things so that I can formulate my experiences into something that I'm expressing. You see what I'm saying?
In that same way, I believe you have to play in the dark to understand the light.
Facts, exactly.
Right there.
You have to play in the dark to understand the light.
Right there.
You know, the reason why I asked that question, did everybody believe in that, was because, if we look at confirmation, right? And it may be different for everybody, but for me in general, when I see chaos, I don't see order come out of chaos. You know what I mean? I see more chaos come out of chaos.
Technically, though, but see, check this out. Technically, chaos within itself is order. Order.
Is a form, right? Because if it's just like saying God created everything from the void. The void was confusion. The void was chaos. The void was everything scrambled, and God set order, put things in its place. So chaos. I mean, order does come from chaos, brother. Order does come, and that's the first shit the Bible tell you, right? In the beginning, in the beginning was the word was God. But when we talk about in creation, physical creation, carnal creation that we understand, there was the void, and then he set things in place, and that void was chaotic. It was everything.
Right.
I appreciate that perspective. I tend to disagree. I think that the void was simply that, was nothingness, and I don't think that nothingness is necessarily chaos. But I can respect that perspective, how you would see like nothingness or blackness being chaos, because as a human being you understand our physical probably presence as some type of structure, you know what I'm saying? Or
but here's,
you know what I mean?
I don't think so. I don't think there's ever no such thing as nothingness.
Right.
Everything always is, right?
Right. I agree.
And again, it comes back to etymology. I don't think, because if God is and God always was, then there's no such thing as nothingness, because God always is.
Facts.
Right, I agree with that. That's cool.
See what I'm saying? So
right.
it's adding structure to the all, to the as much as our human minds can really grasp certain concepts. I think simplification. I think wisdom is the simplification of all things. That's what true wisdom is. Wisdom is the ability to simplify, everything. And when you start, and when and then when you get to that point, you understand that everything is everything.
I'm sure you can do it. I'm sure you can do it, but give me like because I know you saying that like the void, but give me like and I'm sure you can do it, but give me like a real life example where like chaos turns into order.
All right, I'll tell you this. I think I'll give you the simplest thing that comes to mind. I may be on point, I might not be. A baby is born. A baby is born. Now you don't get to choose the family. You don't get to choose what continent. You don't get to choose how poor. A baby is born into just chaotic, everything.
That's what I was going to say first. Describe what the chaos is, and then where the order comes in within the baby's situation.
So I think the chaos would be the world that already exists around you that you have no understanding of. I think the chaos might be your daddy is missing, your mama's a crackhead. I think the chaos might be I got rats and roaches. I think the chaos might be, I'm looking at the haves and I'm a have not. The chaos might be, all of those things. And through those experiences of that chaos, that child goes within, meditates, I don't know, study nature, see some things, and then a light is formed. You find form in your order and you pull yourself out of that and you live in a steadier and or righteous life or whatever. It's the simplest way I can kind of explain that.
You was right on point. You right on point.
No, I understand the perspective, right? And I don't want to go, too much back and forth. I'm just saying that I disagree. Is simply, is because don't those other things still exist, even though the child might, form something out of that chaos, and it might lead him to something else. But doesn't all the chaos still exist? Like, didn't the world that the child came into still chaotic?
But that his life is no longer chaotic. That child's life is no longer chaotic.
Okay.
I honestly think if you sit with this, what I'm trying to say, I think you can really wrap your mind around it. I really believe you have that.
No, I disagree. I think that people like to say that when they imagine something, they think that it should be like somebody gonna understand it or be enlightened one day. But maybe that's just not the case. Because when I see like off of experience, and when and in confirmation from my experience is how I rock. You see what I'm saying? Like, so when I see chaos, when I envision chaos, like I'm gonna give you an example, like how you gave me an example. When I see people that are like let's say a drug addict, right? Usually when I see like somebody that I would describe that as being like chaos, a form of chaos, right? Somebody that's addicted to drugs and they spiraling down in the wrong direction. So that would be an example of a certain amount of chaos, right? Mm-hmm. Usually, now, don't get me wrong. Look, we all know people who then came back from drugs and all of this kind of stuff. But what I see in general is that people who are in chaotic situations, it only leads to more chaos. So I don't see like structure
stop because I want to pause there. I want to pause
real quick to hit the bar what I'm going to say, right? I don't really see the structure or the positivity coming out of the chaos. Something has to enter into the chaos to bring it back around, to make it come around to being positive, or make it come back around to being order. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I think you also said that, I mean, because you gave the example. You said not all, but generally. But you said, some people do come out of it. So you have to leave space for that. You have to leave space for that thing, that one that comes out of it, bro. You have to leave space for that, because you even said that.
No, most definitely. But all I'm saying is that something comes in to the chaos, like some type of order will come into the chaos. So all I'm saying is that what I'm saying,
I hear you.
What I'm saying is that I don't believe that order is birthed by chaos. You see what I'm saying? Order has to come into chaos to balance it out. So that, you see what I'm saying? But chaos only leads to more chaos, in my personal opinion. We all are entitled to believe
but I get that, though. I can't say no. And see, here's the thing: we're looking for definites, and I think things can be and or both. right?
That part.
We
That part right there.
arguing our points. We're arguing our points like it has to be this way. I think some things are and or. I mean,
Right.
and both, not and or, but and both.
Right.
That's why you got to be open. But Kareem, I love what you're saying, because you're not saying anything wrong. But this is why we would have to say that chaos and order is kind of like one and the same thing, depending on who's saying which is what.
Right.
Which is what Keon is saying right now, to say that, well, we have to dabble with a little bit of both. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to it, it's just like, how do we determine it? Because I'm pretty sure you've had probably some chaotic moments that introduced
Order too, yeah.
Right, exactly. Right?
Explain. Well, I guess so. Like if I was a drug addict, and then the order would be NA.
Well, before you get to NA, you have to be a drug addict.
Right.
Well, even this, right? Even let's say this, because we can identify with this. A gangbanger's life is chaotic. It's chaos. It's confusion. It's bullshit. It's a lot, right? And you standing on something right now, bro. I've known you for many years, and I watch your transformation. I watch your growth. I admire your growth, and all of these things. You came out of chaos,
right? Because order was involved, because there was some order there.
Just being in a I don't know state about something is chaos.
Yeah.
Like when you think about an idea before it's manifested into the physical, there's hella, like, for instance, if you don't know nothing about building a house, but you want to build a house, that's an idea that's created in your mind. Now it's chaotic because you got to figure out all the different pieces and puzzles and shit that go into making this house so that you can actually do that shit in the physical. If you was to try to just do try to build a house without knowing like your shit finna come out retarded. You know what I'm saying? So
that part right there, and this is the understanding of the formula. Without a formula, numbers are just numbers. Science is just science. Math is just whatever. But math is predicated upon formula. So when you get that formula, you get to form things from the chaotic state. You got all these numbers. What are you going to do with them? I have to formulate these into a certain dynamic that's going to make sense. So as soon as you get that form or formula, now you get to form your ideas. Just like what Self just now said, like, nigga, damn, I'm thinking about hella shit. You need to calm down. You need to formulate your thoughts and then present them. So now you have to take the chaotic state and condense them and then put them into form and then create something from them.
And that's just functioning, because form follows function.
Right.
You don't know what you're doing. You want to build a house, you don't know. But if you start somewhere, you start functioning, things will begin to form.
Right. Because when I did school, that's what teachers used to always say, where's the formula at? How you get to this answer? But I didn't never use no formulas. I just got to the answer.
You don't think that you are, but you're using a formula for sure.
So, yeah.
You haven't identified the formula, but you're using one. It's your own. It might not be what you've been taught. It might not be the formula that the teachers want you to know, but you're following your
intuition.
For lack of a better word, you're bowing down to some formula, whether you know it or not.
They would tell us, we would have a brainstorm, right? Storms are chaotic than a motherfucker, right? Storms is just like niggas everywhere. But then when you're able to brainstorm and you're actually able to say, hey, I'm taking this thought right here, and now you're formulating what you want to come out from this storm. It's the same, the same process. And I think that sometimes we don't understand that the brainstorm or the chaos is necessary for us to even come to a conclusion. Of, what we're talking about. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's basically saying it's always a whole. I look at it like this. They teach us, let's say we're looking at numbers and math, and there's a difference between math and then problem solving, right? Math, they tell you this is 1, they tell you this is 2, they tell you this is 3, they tell you this is 4, and so on and so forth.
Right.
This is 1. This is 2, but 2 is now the whole. This is 3, but 3 is not a whole. It's still 1.
Right.
This is 4, but 4 is the whole, so it's still 1, and so on and so forth. It's all connected, y'all. And that's why when my comment earlier I said it's kind of futile, because in a sense it is.
Okay. Now, yeah.
Right. It's we coming from here, there, and there. I think we all try to get to the point. I think as long as we all believe and acknowledge that there is a creator, there is a divine source, there is a great source. I think we just, this is the journey of life.
Now let me ask you just real quick.
Yeah.
When you say greater source, how is your perception on that? Like, do you think greater than, like, beyond? You know what I'm saying? Like what's the word I'm looking for? Like
something outside of ourselves.
Something that's outside of ourselves. That's
right.
Something that we can't touch or reach.
Nah, I think it's outside of ourselves, but we connected to it. I think
So can it ultimately then be? How can it really be greater than us if we're connected to it at the same time?
Because we are not the epitome. We are not, like, I know for a fact I might be connected to God, but I know I didn't create the universe.
Let me insert this real quick.
Go ahead.
Did you catch that though?
So going back to the formula, right? Everything that we do, because we're in form, right? Information, we're in form.
So I missed his answer.
No, we're gonna get back to his answer. But because we're in form, or we're informed, or we're the formula of this thing, right? So we may not see ourselves as the answer or the problem or the whole thing, because we're in the form of, or we're the formula. We're the understanding of what this thing is. Because, and I'm gonna back this with this. If there was no God, if there is a God, then without creation, then how can we define this God? Everything that God created defines what God is if we don't have an internal answer, right? So we would have to look at everything that is created, or his form, or what he formed, the formula of that, to present what God is. And that's what else are we looking at to be God, right?
I didn't understand that. I need you to break that down. Say it again, or say it simpler.
So let me say it like this. So, and I said this probably last show. So the way that we know what this God is through the creation, right? So the definitions of who this God is through his creation, right? Just like, say, Keon, I know you do music, right?
Yeah.
So somebody that's and I know what you from the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
So you're from the East Coast, and nigga on the West Coast and say, nigga, I'm trying to get to know this nigga Keon. I ain't got no access to this nigga like that, bro. Well, shit, nigga. Hey, that nigga be keeping it real with his raps, is what I hear. Well, nigga, I'm finna go buy all this nigga's creation. I'm finna go buy all this nigga's tapes to see. I'm not saying that, that I know the intricacies of, that nigga probably did this when he was 12 or did this when he was 13. But his overall perspective of who he is in his art form is in this tapes, is in this music, or at least his experiences is. So guess what? Now we're studying this nigga's tape so we can get an ideology of who he is artistically, not on a human scale, but artistically. And I believe that we are God in a art form, right? So this is come down to theater.
So that means you can only get to know God to an extent.
Wait.
Even in our conversation.
Wait, right. So this is what I mean. So when we say an extent, what extent are we talking about? Because an extent can also is short for an extension, meaning a longer version.
Well,
right?
again, so it's like us. It's like, okay, you can listen to all my albums, and you could just like this, right? You get a motherfucking, let's take 50 for instance. Well, if I got all your tapes, and motherfucker, if it, diss a motherfucker walking to me thinking he know me. You don't know me, you right? So again, it's the same thing. It's the same thing we're doing with God right now. You don't know. An extension, aspects of, but we don't know. And that's why I said again, it comes back to being futile because again, we can't. You ain't gonna know. Our questions will not be answered until your eyes is closed and you're
But
back
it's
with
like
the
this.
kid.
I think
Right
because
there.
there's a found like
I
you
disagree.
already said off the rip. You already said off the rip. You know what I mean? The foundation would be the void, and then the void created the structure. By understanding the structure, you're understanding all the elements that it
Everything that
took
comes from the void.
exactly. And so by nature, the laws, vibration, cause and effect, like all these different things that we have an understanding of on a macro scale, like not all the intricacies of nature, how nature works, what is the process of nature, how do all of these elements ultimately work together and function? Because once we understand that, that's universal. You know what I mean? That's across the board. I do understand the fact that God is ever expanding, right? So we're always going to, especially in human bodies, are going to maintain that evolution phase of continuously learning more parts and pieces about ourselves. But once you get the foundation, the main picture, you can see, okay, ultimately it's like all I'm doing is putting myself into all of these different
The
forms
rhythm.
all these different forms for the experience to understand myself. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And the more forms we go into, because God is creating trees, bees, all these are different forms. That's the energy aspect of it. And then you have the consciousness, which is, you could say, the soul, which is the one that is expressing or utilizing this energy to express through that mean of form. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
So
let me add to that real quick. When you said it like that, it's just like, and that's what I mean. Like, through the creation, right? We can ultimately, as long as you understand that you're a part of this frequency, what can you? How is the creation not what it is? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like there's no lie when it comes down to the understanding of what it is through the creation. So if we understand, and this is why I was saying earlier to be open, because as soon as you're open, it's just like, okay, the bees do this, humans do this, dogs do this should do this. I kind of get it. Like, you know what I mean? So the frequency that you're on, it creates an algorithm, right? So now it's just like when I say be open, I'm not saying just to be open to other people's perspective, because I look at everybody as God, right? We have to look at everybody as God if we come from God and if we were made in the image of God. So I'm not saying that when it comes down to the individuals, like, when I look at him, I do see God. When I look at a tree, I see God. When I look at omnipresent, I look at everything as God, right?
Right.
So then when you get that perspective, it's just like, well, what is God not? And you will have a harder time finding out what God isn't than what God is by way of observation, because God is everything. So point to me something that God is not. That's my point. Point to me to something that God is not.
Real quick,
I'll say something
I
God is not.
was yeah,
God is not this freezer.
right.
God is
Yeah,
not this light.
I was trying to ask you a question earlier because
Wait,
my
wait,
phone
wait,
had
wait,
dipped
wait.
out.
hold on, Kareem, hold
I,
on.
Let's
I've been trying to ask
deal
you
with
for
that.
hella long, but go ahead.
Wait, let's deal with that. Hold on, real quick, Kareem.
We got
Let's
to
deal
deal
with
with
that.
that real quick.
You say
He
God
said,
is not the freezer.
what's the
What?
freezer made out of?
Ah.
Yeah.
It's made out of elements that came from the planet the Earth that is part of God. I hear you, but God ain't the freezer.
That's all I'm saying. Like, the
And the
creation
same
would have to
consciousness,
find the creator.
the same consciousness that's keeping us aware and allowing us to maintain this form is the same consciousness that's allowing my table right here to maintain
Be a
its
table.
form, or else it wouldn't even be here for real.
Right. You talking about the sciences of it all now. You talking about
Like
the
But
the
yeah,
science.
but you
vibration.
but you mentioned something.
Hey,
crucial too. You said the word aware. Yeah, that freezer ain't aware. But anyway,
It's not aware.
Yeah, no,
Time out.
it is.
Whoa,
Hold on,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Right on,
wait,
Kareem.
wait.
Right on,
yeah,
Kareem.
no
Wait, I
doubt.
got
No,
that. I
ain't no
got
right
it.
on.
I
We
got
do
it.
the hey.
I got
Can
it.
I ask
It's no
the
right
question
on.
though?
I got.
Hold
Wait,
on,
hold on. We gotta deal with
no.
that. We gotta deal with that.
We can't pin past that. We have to deal with that because
You
Selfmade
said.
I know
already gave y'all the answer to the question.
I'm trying to get caught up to y'all because the phone broke out. So
Hold on, Kareem.
Calm down. Self-Made just gave you the answer to the question that y'all just said. It keeps form.
Facts. How is it? How does
We're
it
talking
know
about a formula. So how does it have the ability consciously to
to
keep the
maintain
form?
that form?
It's not conscious and it's not aware.
How is it maintaining the form? Then
By design. By design.
what design?
How does
By
it
the
know to
design.
follow design? Hold on, wait. How does it know to follow design?
How does it know to follow design? It doesn't
Right.
know to follow design. It's created to follow design.
So what is the table made of?
I'm talking about the freezer. Let's talk
What
about
is
the freezer.
Okay, cool. What is the freezer made of?
Elements. He said that already.
You already said it.
And then, okay, what are elements made out of? Electrons, protons, neutrons, right?
electrons, protons, neutrons is elements.
Okay. Exactly. Now watch this. Electrons tell
I see what you're saying.
protons.
I see what
Electrons.
you're saying.
Yeah, electrons tell protons what to do
What
and
to
how
do?
to keep
It's
this.
a
You feel me?
communication.
It's an attraction or
It has its own awareness. On a deeper level, it has its own awareness. On a
it has
deeper level, it has its own awareness.
Hey, look, hey, Keon, let me say this real quick. This is how me and Selfmade build. Surface level is cool, but the deeper we be in the deep shit. Hey, let me say this because I know you're from the East Coast.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Keon, real quick. You said that they have their own awareness, but were protons and neutrons did they could come into existence on their own or was they created?
Those things are created
They
as well.
always exist.
Okay, real quick, just like let me go down the line of question. And real quick, it's gonna take 2 seconds. So if they was created, does that hold on real quick? I'm asking the question. Let me ask the man a question. So if they were created, does that mean that it's just like you said that they're designed with a certain purpose? Does that mean that?
Okay. Again, there's nothing created. I don't know if we covered that on this show.
Right, but you know how like when you say things like you got to give people a chance to answer for themselves with their own. You know what I'm saying?
I asked you, who are you asking? I don't know who you're asking.
I was asking Keon because he was the one that made the statement.
I'm gonna answer this. I'm a boogie, y'all. It's family time. Yeah, I'm answering. I got a boogie.
Yeah, it's
okay. Now go ahead, Kareem. Say it again.
I simply was asking because you said that the freezer stays in that structure because that's the way that it was designed. What it was designed to do. And then you went into saying that they was asking you about the elements, and you said that the elements have their own awareness. So I was asking you, do you believe that the elements are created or that they just come like naturally, that they was just here on their own? And if you believe they are created, then wouldn't you say that that's the same design as the freezer has and why the freezer stays the same? Because the elements are following the directions. The protons and the neutrons are following the directions of whoever created it. Just like whoever created that refrigerator, the protons and neutrons are following the directions of the creator, right? That's why they don't change, right?
It stands in its law.
So do you see what I'm saying? Do you get where I'm going with it?
I follow you. So what's the final question though?
So that's it. I mean, there's no really no question. I'm just saying that to me it is what you said already. You said that the refrigerator doesn't change form because it was created to stay in that form. And they asked you about the protons. You said the protons have awareness, but we forgot somebody created those protons. So I'm saying those protons are following the direction of something regardless of the creator, regardless. You see what I'm saying?
I think the thing about it is the fact that everything that you just said had to already exist before it was created. That's the thing I feel like that you missing. You know what I mean? It's almost like, huh?
I just want to know
everything bows down to law. Everything bows down to law. The law that it was created on its level. everything.
Right.
So you know,
And
man,
already the thing
so
about
in
it
other
is,
words, you know, we say, you know, man, God is the creator of all things. The creator is the creator, the source. And then God creates man. Then man creates a freezer. So that, you know, the question was, y'all said so that freezer is God too.
but
We
But I
say
don't think
ultimately, but this is the
everybody's saying
thing though.
necessarily.
I
no, I
don't
know.
even like the word create. Like maybe we should use the word manifest, honestly, because you have to understand that everything in existence was already existent within God's mind
Hey, look. Hey,
before he created it into form or manifested it into form.
to add on to that, I said formula earlier. Formula, not creation. Formula. That means that you get all these different things and then you form what you want, right? So all of these things is already there, and then you form what you want to form. This is
Right.
key to understanding biblical literature. I formed thee. Like it creation, yeah, it sounds good, but if everything already existed and God is already what God is, and everything's come from God, then that means that shit has to be formed and not created. There was nothing created. Everything is formed. That's why
Because
everything has
everything
a
already is.
mathematical formula.
Because everything already
Everything has a
is.
mathematical formula.
You said
But
it,
go
because
ahead.
everything already is right there.
Everything already is. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's like, you know, there's and even the things that we don't believe exist, that you just don't believe it exists. There's you know, like how what's it escapes me right now, the patterns of ones and zeros. What's that called?
The binary code.
Oh
Binary,
yeah.
binary,
Yeah.
right? Binary, right?
Right.
So just because you can't observe a thing or prove a thing doesn't mean that thing does not exist, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Because right, you might say, I'm looking at my skin, that's it. And you take the microscope and you go deeper, deeper, deeper. You see a little small thing. Your eye can't conceive it, but that thing exists, right? Whether you know it or not. And same thing like truth, right? Truth doesn't need us to truth doesn't need our opinions. It doesn't need us, you know, to acknowledge it to exist. Truth is truth, whether you acknowledge it or not. What needs our permission in order for it to exist is a lie, right? A lie only exists once people begin to believe it. That's when it comes into existence. Truth doesn't need you to acknowledge it. Don't need you to
Do
believe
everybody
it.
believe that?
Don't need you to, huh?
I agree with you, but do everybody believe that?
I believe if it's a lie, then it's not necessarily a lie.
No,
I believe that
no. I'm talking about the truth part. He said that truth doesn't need acknowledgement. You know what I'm saying?
In order
To truth part, so it don't need acknowledgement. Do y'all believe that?
I believe truth is truth. It is what it
whether you
is.
acknowledge it or not, whether you co-sign it or not, whether you believe it or not, the lie
So let me.
needs. Go ahead, Kareem.
My bad. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I was just doing that because so do you believe that? But before y'all said that God needs acknowledgement, and that's why He created humans.
Oh, no.
When it comes when you say acknowledgement, it's not we're not talking about acknowledgement. When we're talking about this is the understanding. You said, let's go to what you said. You said
You're gonna do that, okay?
no, I'm just walking you so you can get the understanding. You said that God already knows what's going to happen, right? In his mind, right?
I said a whole lot of stuff, but I was specifically talking about the time when y'all said,
Just real quick.
I
Just
asked you
real
a
quick.
straight question. I'm not saying a lot of things. I'm asking you.
yeah, I don't want to
Yeah,
go
he
down.
said that. He said that.
I don't want to
Okay, listen.
go down shit because
Every
there's been a lot
time,
of
look,
conversations.
every time you ask a
You know what I'm
question,
saying?
Kareem, every time you ask a question, and then I ask you a question to get clarity on what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, you answering the question with a question.
I'm trying to get clarity so you understand. So you said earlier that God already knows what's going to happen. Yes or no?
You heard what I said
Yes.
earlier.
Yes.
Let's go on.
So the answer is yes. Thank you. So the follow-up question would be, well, why does things need to happen in the physical outside of the mind?
For what would your answer to that?
I'm asking you.
But I asked you a question, so why are you coming back answering me hella questions when I'm asking you a question? You said that truth doesn't need to be acknowledged, but then you're saying that God needs to be acknowledged by humans, or that God needed to have the experience through him or some shit like that. He already knew, so he already knew what the truth was. So why do we need to experience experience, or why do we need the acknowledgement or any of that shit?
Oh,
With that argument, I asked you, why did Jesus need to be introduced into earth? And you said to change some shit. Well, God already knew.
Right.
I didn't. I said to set an example. You can rewind. I said to set examples. So something that we have to live up to. Or something that we have to live up to. Come on now. Okay.
You didn't say change?
You said what?
Did you not say change?
No, I didn't. I didn't say change. I said if I did, I went into great detail about exactly what I
mean. It's about that time anyways, but
it's that time.
Hey, appreciate you, Keon, man. We gotta have you on here some more, man, for reals. I like the dialogue, you know what I mean, and you know what I mean, just the perception of the mind, man. I fucks with it. Man.
Hey, Keon, hey, you brought a different, and I'm telling you, Keon, like I fuck with you, like you probably don't, because we haven't had this type of that's why I appreciate you coming on the podcast, because we haven't had this level of exchange. And again, I don't know what part of the East Coast you're from, but I'm gonna tell you, I just now watched the Wu-Tang documentary. I know there's 5%. Brooklyn. That shit had me lit. You from Brooklyn? Okay.
BK,
that shit had me lit, and I just now got privy to the 5%ers. Probably like maybe 3 years ago and shit, right?
Oh wow. So
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Peace, God.
Yeah,
Peace,
that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna give it to you on that type of level what Selfmade just now said. Peace, God, son, you know, all this other shit. Y'all was on the shit before we even knew.
Yeah. And when you hear me say peace, king, right? So God is just the manifestation of that. But when I say king shit, in that sense, kingship to me is really it's really about servitude. And again, it comes back to purpose. I think kings are actually the lead servants. The king the king might have a kingdom, and the king got 1,000 people, 1 billion people to serve.
You got to serve them.
Or the king has 1 billion people serving him, but the king has to serve 1 billion people. Now, which is harder? So the king's job is actually to teach people how to serve. The king is actually a lead servant. A king is not you sitting up here like this. A king is actually the lead servant. You don't wear a crown. You don't wear a crown. You bear a crown. And it's really about servitude. And I think nature in itself, if we study nature, we understand ourselves better. Everything in nature serves. It doesn't ask for nothing back in return.
Let me add on to what you said. You dropping it right now. I ain't even gonna hold you, right? So when people say that we're here to serve God, I'm gonna align that with what you just now said. Like, you know what I mean? We're here to serve each other. Like,
yes, we are.
If I call you God, if I'm in the East Coast, I say, what up, God? And then I do a service to you, nigga. I'm serving God like everybody. I said this in the beginning of the show. We're all different angles and perspectives of this one God, and we're here to serve God.
And we're here to serve each other. Yes.
Facts.
We're here to serve each other. That's it. Yeah. It's a level of service, and everything is connected. Everything is one, right? We understand without the trees that we couldn't breathe. We understand without the sun. We understand without the sun, there's no photosynthesis, which give the trees permission to give us breathe, and all of that. So everything is really one. Everything is God. Everything is a manifestation of the Creator and an aspect of the Creator. And just do good and be good. That's the law. That's the law. We have 10 commandments. More than
no doubt.
Salute to the God, man. Salute to the God for real.
Yeah, just do good and be good.
Hey, look, I knew that you was gonna come on and spill that spill. I knew it.
Let's just do good and be good.
And Keon, I could definitely, appreciate where you coming from. One thing that you said that struck out to me, and that's where my phone had cut off, was when you said that greater. And then if you look up the word greater, because you know what I'm saying, when people talk, you know what I'm saying, I believe that when you talk that you mean what you say, and you use the word greater, you know what I mean? So and greater is a comparative word, you know what I mean? And so it sounds like to me that you understand that there's something, even though that you said we are all one, and I agree with that, but I think that you understand that there's something, or maybe you don't, but there's something that's greater than you. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That exists out there.
So listen, when we were asking, I think so when I first got on and my mic wasn't working, and both of y'all were saying, well, I think he leans more towards you. I think he leans more towards you. It's a little bit of both. Cause Kareem,
Right.
I rock with you 110%. I love the way you stand on faith. And they would seem like they come to rock and disturb it, but I don't think they're really trying to rock and disturb. They're trying to tie it all in. I think they're really trying to tie it all in.
Period.
And
Period.
I think, the book itself, the Bible itself, and I don't believe we're limited to the Bible only. I think there's a bunch of religions, but the book itself says, study all things to show thyself approved. So that means don't lock yourself into Christianity. Don't lock yourself into Islam. Study all things. And then when you study all things, you see that everything is one. Everything is one. And that's what took me a little bit outside of Christianity in a sense. I don't really fuck with the word. I don't, because I don't believe Yahshua himself was a Christian. It's just the way. And what is the way? The way is do good and be good. Do good and be good. That is the way. We have 10 commandments. If you go by the book itself, there's 10 commandments. And I want you to pay attention to the 10 commandments. 10 of the laws are carnal laws, and 10 of the laws are spiritual laws.
Thank you.
Pardon me.
Right
Five
there.
are carnal laws.
Right
Five are carnal laws, and 5 are spiritual laws. And basically, what all it says is believe in something greater than thyself and do good to human beings. That's what it comes down to.
I'm here to tell y'all, if we're gonna talk about some greater shit, this conversation and this podcast is greater than me. You guys are the best.
Yeah. Hey, and that's honestly paying homage to self. That's how I look at it.
It is. It's the collective. I am you. I got a saying. I am you, or we is us.
Reflection,
my
I
hashtag
am you,
is we are the I am.
Facts.
and I am you, or we is us. We in good hands on our own. Help and be helped. I love y'all. Let's build another time. I gotta go. Peace, family.
Yes, sir, man. And now that was a dope first introduction to Keon, man. I appreciate that, brother, man, for sliding through for sure.
Definitely, that shit. It was lit. I love his perspective again. And I think now that we have the exchange,
I had to look up that verse that he just gave. It don't say that. It says the Bible says study to show thyself approved. It don't say study all. So that's that all that he said that 2-3 times, and that's not in there. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, it's studying. So what does it
Is
say?
Is there a limit on the studying aspect?
Yeah. What does it say?
No, it's just very important.
Not all.
Look, it's just very important when you're using words to be very thorough in what you're saying. So you know what I'm saying, especially when you're quoting scripture.
What does it say? Study. That's all we're asking. What does it say? Study.
Study to show thyself approved, and when we're looking, hold on, let me break it down to you. Let me break it down to when we're talking about the Bible. That's why you can't just go for one verse in the Bible because it's
correct. The only thing I'm asking you is
tell you over and over and over.
Does it say study? That's all.
Not to go into different doctrine. It's different doctrine. It tells you that different doctrine is not good for you to not read it. So it's definitely not saying study all. I'm saying that's why it says study, and that's why that didn't sit right with me when he said it.
Okay, so it just says study. It don't say just study the Bible, right?
But definitely in studying certain religions and other things, though. Yeah, it don't say just study the Bible.
What does it say to study? That's all I'm asking you a question. What does it say to study? That's all I'm asking.
It just says study.
Thank you. That's cool. I can agree with that. It just says study. That's cool. Do you have a problem with saying it just says study?
Nope, it just says study.
Okay. So what's the problem with what he said? Your mic went out. Hey, Self, you
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, if it doesn't specify, then I mean, I don't see how you can try to put it in the category.
You can't put it in no box and say it means this or nigga, study is study. Especially if, just like you said, it don't say anything.
Yeah, so studying, you study whatever you want to study to show
Yeah.
thyself approved. That's the whole point. Study.
Damn, like
It
it
doesn't
don't.
say a limit. It doesn't say nothing. It's
Why do it
open.
have to
It's
be a limit?
free. It's open. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Why does it have to be study this? It don't say that.
Nah. So study everything then. If it
Do
doesn't
y'all
have a
hear me?
limit, try to study. Yeah, we
There
hear
you
you.
go. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is that the Bible, it right there in that verse, it says study. So that means you can study anything. But then later on, it clearly tells you not to be messing with, not to dive into other doctrines and things like that. So that means that that's not all. Is all I'm saying. You can go
So
into
is
what it
that
says
so
study.
are you saying hold
It
on,
may
wait. So
look,
are
look,
you
look,
saying
that may mean it
go
says
ahead.
study a lot of other shit, but that doesn't mean all. I was just correcting all.
So are you saying that the Bible is having a contradiction by saying study and it's not specifying what thing to study?
Why would that be a contradiction if I say if it's study to be approved and then it goes further into detail later on? Well, that's not a
So
contradiction.
why does it need to go further into detail? Why is that?
So that you can understand what to study and what not to study. It says study to be approved.
Okay, so
Then
what
it
is it
tells you
telling
what
you
to
not
study.
to, so what is it telling you not to study? What? Give me an
Uh,
example.
False religions, doctrine that go against the doctrine of the Bible.
How do you know what a false religion is if you ain't
Right.
studied it?
Because guess what? If it don't say that Jesus is the Christ, then it's a false religion.
This nigga's
Yeah,
insane.
he's going crazy right now.
No, I ain't going to say it.
All right.
I'm
How
just
do you
saying that
even
that's all I'm
know?
talking.
How do you even know that Jesus is the real one? Like you got to study that. What studying did you do to prove thyself with that shit?
We study the Bible.
Right. You didn't do no
Exactly.
outside studying?
About that?
Yeah, the Bible tells you to study outside. You know what I'm saying? It's
I'm done.
different ways to study. So it tells you through your experience. It tells you that like how y'all say that we see God through all things.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
Kareem. Hey, you ain't found no truth outside of the Bible?
Of course.
All
Thank
right,
you.
that's it, man.
That's
You know what I
it
mean?
right there.
It's all good. It's all gravy in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man. It's that time, but it was
Yeah.
it was a good bill for sure. It was definitely a good bill. I
Hey,
think I think
let me
that I was
okay, go
just real
ahead.
quick. I think that from the last show to right now, I feel like certain things, you know what I mean, could have gotten across. You know what I mean?
We have to go through the chaos.
Right. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I feel like, and this is probably just personally just me. And I hope Keon is still watching, but I thought that me and Keon was going to have an exchange that may have not been a relative exchange, right? But this is why I love to do this shit because now it's just like what I thought that we was going to have a misunderstanding on, we have an understanding on. And sometimes the only thing we need to do is speak and be open enough to understand what we're talking about. And then I think that bridges the gap between because he said he used to be under a Christian ideology. I don't know where he stands at now because he didn't put it out there. However, the things that he was proclaiming, I didn't agree. I didn't disagree with it. The higher shit, even I gave it to him like, hey, y'all is bigger than me. So shit, nigga, I can agree with that. Like, you know what I mean? Where are we going with this? Like, you know what I mean? So it just depends on, where it's at. But I think overall, I think that just like I told him, I was just like, I know where you're at. I can't not say that I kind of think where you're at without seeing where you're at. Like, you know what I mean? Before you even come on. So we've had engagements before, but it's just like in my mind, I'm open enough to see his bigger picture. But until he says it, I cannot say that he thinks like that, right? So we have this conversation, we have this open dialogue, and then we get the opportunity to see where we're at.
Somebody stands, yeah.
And just like I said, I thought that he was going to come in on Kareem's side. Kareem thought he was going to come in on our side.
Yeah, I talked to Keon. Well, Keon, I'm surprised he actually even got in here and engaged like that because I feel like he don't necessarily I don't know, but I feel like he don't like to get into too much of this type of shit. You know what I'm saying? The back and forth and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yeah.
surprised he kind of got on here. But I've talked to him in the past. You know what I'm saying? For over the years. You know what I'm saying? I kind of knew where he stood already. You know what I'm saying? I know that he does have. I know he believe a lot of shit that's similar to what I believe. But then I've heard him say a lot of the things they say as well. You know what I mean? So I thought he was already gonna come in. You know what I mean? Like more like leaning to that side. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like I said I don't think that I don't know. And like I said, I don't want to be speaking on shit I don't know. But
No, yeah.
I think I remember him saying that he don't necessarily. I don't think he believe in Jesus the same way that I do. Like Jesus is the savior or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I figured. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought that he was, and that's why I wanted him to come in again, because I know that you be on a type of time to where Kareem is standing to the necklace. So I was just like, okay, bring Keon in so it don't seem like, kind of like a fixed fight, but it's just like if Keon comes in, then it's just like, okay, now, not to say like that, but Kareem don't sound like, he's being biased. You know what I mean? So I wanted him to come in to actually be the anti of what we're talking about, so that we can get a different perspective from what you're saying, and then he may get a different angle of light, and then we can all understand one another. Not to say that we don't understand you, not to say that you don't understand us, because I think that we do, but it's just based on the fact that, this is our angle. So it's just like, yeah, I do understand you, but I'm not moving from mine to yours, nigga. I understand what you're saying, but I'm still on my shit. And that's what people are supposed to do. But with the level of saying, it ain't to say that, nigga, my being can be right here. But let me come slide up to where you at real quick. And Kareem, I have to give this to you because I was where I was at, and I said, nigga, I'm where I'm at. And you said, Woon, if you don't read this motherfucking Bible or at least be open to it. And I said, you want to know what? Let me slide to where this nigga is at. And then I'm a double back because I didn't have a position. Just like I say about the light. I don't need to hold the light. I don't need to be the light. I just need the shit to pass through me so I can pass it to somebody else. So when you told me to do that, I did it. Like, you know what I mean? And I did it openly. Like, you know what I mean? And now that I get, now that I've read parts of the Bible, now it's just like, it's still confirmation for me. Like, so I don't care about leaving my position because I don't have a position.
Keon said it best when he said, ultimately we're just trying to bridge the gap between the two.
Facts. Yeah,
You know
that's
what
it.
I mean? And because I feel like, yeah, we have an understanding of the Bible from a certain type of perspective. And you know what I mean? It's just on that other side looking into trying to peek into one of our windows in a sense
Right.
from your angle. You know what I mean?
But okay, so when
To
I
see it
be
all
talking,
as one thing ultimately.
right? So when I be talking, like when I'm explaining how I see, like this is what I want to do. Do y'all understand? Not that you agree. I feel like I don't be understanding what I'm saying. Like as far as when I explain free will and like how I feel like free will is and all that. Do y'all be understanding what I'm saying, or you just don't agree?
No, of course. Like, see, because like, I have to say it just like this. I wasn't always in the position that I'm in right now in terms of spiritually or mentally or whatever, right? So when you say the things that you say, I was, I inherited that same understanding as a kid, right? And as a good book say, when I was a kid, I understood as a kid. When I got older, all that kid shit had to get put to the side, right? So when it comes down to that, it's just like, yeah, and this is why we ask questions, because now we're going on to a quest. Where does that quest stop at? Is it through and through? And listen to what I'm about to say, or does it have a cutoff? When you, just like this bottle right here, right? If I put a cap on this, then that limits the alcohol that flows through here, right? So that means that this bottle has a cap, so it can't go as far as it should go to, right? So if you have a I don't know, that's a cap. And I hate to say it like that, but it is. But when it just comes down to certain things, we want to see how far we can go before we come to that cutoff, before we come to that cap, because we're supposed to be infinite. We're supposed to be free. So as long as you're infinite and as long as you're free, then you shouldn't have a cap. You should be like, nigga, well, this is what it is. And when you say certain things, it's just like, yeah, but you got to take me to where you believe. Because if you believe and then you got to stop, then why do you believe when you know that there's a stop? So why are you following something that has a stop? That's just like me going down Broadway, and I know that this end of the street, I know that if I keep on going down the same street, there's a dead end. Guess what? When there's a stop at the end of that street, nigga, I know that it's a stop. So I'm going to turn and I'm going to reroute, right? There's no cap. Like, you know what I mean? So if I know that the shit stops, it's like, nah, I ain't going to go down that way. Maybe I have a better opportunity or a better chance to get around this shit by re-navigating what this shit is. And that's the only thing. So when it comes down to different angles of how to get to the same place, it's just like, because we're all going to the same place. And that's why we don't get this shit twisted. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like, if I know that there's a dead end, if this end, nah, nigga, why am I, where is it at? But if it makes sense for you, you might be able to hop a fence, hop a ditch, do all this other shit. But when I say, cuz, hey, is that safe? You could tell me, yeah, but that may not be for me. I may not be able to hop the same fences you're hopping. I want to say, hey, you want to know what? If this is the path right here for me, I don't need to hop a fence. Like, you know, maybe I do. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, at the end of the day, it's just like if there's a road that's open for me, and I'm open to that road, and you know, other roads ain't cut off, then I'm gonna try to, you know, be open to multiple roads as possible. And this is why we say I am, because I can follow you down your road, but as soon as you stop, then my natural survival instincts is to say, well, this ain't it. That's not going to be the one that's going to keep me where I need to go to. So obviously I have to reroute. So then as soon as I say I reroute, then that's a different perspective. Now I gotta understand that, okay, that wasn't that. So let me go to this right here. Then this may be leading to the same thing. And just like I said, you know, you can hop fences, you can do different things, you can say this, you can say that, or you can do whatever. But at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, we're just trying to make this shit make sense, and we're trying to bridge the gap. And if I'm following you on your level, then instead of saying, hey, well, I gotta, you know, we gotta stop right here, it's like, no, we ain't gonna stop right here. We finna add some shit to this fucking road, and then we're going to get to where we're going to. If you don't want to go around, you know what I mean?
Constantly moving. It's like we done been playing basketball together, and then I step away and I start playing baseball, and I'm like, hey, bro, come over here and play baseball. And you're like, hell no, that shit ain't the truth. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, I understand the basketball. I was playing basketball. You know what I mean? Like, come over here and see what this is talking about.
Right.
You know?
But it's just perspective. It's just, you know, again, you know, we're all angles of light. We're all angels when it comes down to it. But I'm open enough to say, you know, there's different ways outside of me, and this is where you guys come up with the higher power, that there's different sides of me that may have a different angle of light that my personal path does not yield or wield. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna give props to motherfuckers who's giving me that angle of light. So that's what I'm saying. When I say that y'all would be higher than me, I don't think we can learn from anything. Like, you know what I mean? As long as you're open enough to do it. So I give niggas they flowers, like give niggas they props. I'm like, nigga, I appreciate Kareem all the time. I'd be like, I appreciate Kareem pulling up every time. I don't give a fuck what's popping. Like, you know what I mean? Or whoever pulls up. Keon pulled up. I don't know what he's gonna come with, but I know that he has an angle of light. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like when you understand your position in this, and you know that you're giving the same light as people as you're receiving it, then it's a fair exchange. You don't need to say that this is higher, because it's fair. Like, everybody is working towards the same thing, right? So if you understand that part, then it's just like, well, what's higher, what's lower? I don't think nobody's higher than me. I don't think nobody's lower than me. I think everybody's working together in unison, which is why we have a universe, right? Everybody, one verse, one verse, the same accord. Everybody is working towards the same goal. Like, you know what I mean? So we can't be higher or lower. We can have different differences of opinion and different frequencies, just like different beats. Like beats have hi-hats, beat has low bass, beat has like, you know what I mean? But it's still the beat.
Playing their part for the
Right.
song. Facts. So yeah, man, we all, just by being here, you know what I mean? Everybody's playing their part in this song, you know what I'm saying? So every time anybody pull up, it's much appreciated for sure.
Yeah, it's love. That's how I look at that shit. Love.
Yeah, always for sure, for real. But yeah, nah, man. Dope show for sure. As always, you know what I mean? Like,
but yeah, this is a precursor
for next week.
Because Christian said, and hopefully everybody has a Friday open. Because I respect him enough to where I shut down a Friday. Because I'm not busy, like, you know what I mean. So I definitely want to. I'm gonna shut down a Friday for me, just to have him, bust his gun and give his angle of light for sure.
Yeah, so if you can make it, Kareem,
on
a Friday next week.
Yeah,
he got a podcast on Friday.
No, we gonna do ours on Friday so that he
Friday for him.
Feel me? Yeah. His Hindu spell.
Oh, okay, for sure. Yep. Yeah. I want him to address that about that caste system. And then did you know that if they in that caste system too? I looked a little further into it. That in that caste system, if you even walked into shadow, if you walked in a shadow of somebody, they had the right to kill you. You know what I'm saying? If you walked into a shadow of somebody in a higher caste, they had the right to kill you. It was a law for a long time.
We gonna get into it.
That's a fact. Hey, look, see, I can't hear things or probably even watch things without understanding that on a different level, right? Now, imagine, and I'm not talking in the literal, but imagine somebody walking in your shadow and you be like, nigga, what you doing? And they be like, I'm walking in your shadow. Nigga, this is my shadow. I'm finna kill everything that you think you doing, and I'm finna tell you to walk in your own shit. I fuck with that. And I didn't even, you just now told me something new and it automatically registers to me.
Yeah.
But ain't you it sound like you putting that in what do you call that word you always use to say in the Bible? What's start with a P?
Parable.
We ain't talking no parables though. We talking about real life.
But
that's what I said. We're gonna get into it, man. We're gonna get into it.
He gonna bust it down for sure. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Because
that's
gonna be hefty, but it's gonna be lit though for sure.
Yeah.
Like, and I hate that I could be absolutely wrong, Kareem, so you could be right. But the way that I'm open right now, that's why to me
I like that you do that though, because you like kind of proving my point. I wish I could like clip this moment right now. You know what I'm saying?
Clip it and we'll use it for next week. You feel me?
Right. I don't know how to. I'm not technical like that. I'd be wishing I can clip shit like that because that just show you right here, like this. It show you the same thing that you do in the Bible. How you just do a real life situation in a parable that I could just go to easily research and it'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? And you put that in a real life parable to say that it meant something else.
Hey, Self, let me bust real quick, please, because I know we want to close it down. Because I know you've been trying to close it down.
Yeah.
Kareem, do you understand what a false idol is?
Yeah.
So anything, if I'm following anybody, if I'm under the shadow of somebody, I want you to understand that is a false idol. I have to be in tune with me. So if I
understand everything that you're saying, you making it like I didn't understand your breakdown a minute ago. You breaking it down for me a different way.
I'm just trying to give you different perspectives so that you understand that I'm not just spilling shit out of my ass, right? So if I'm saying that what you're saying about the shadow, why do I need to follow it up under somebody else's shadow when I produce shadows?
Okay, look, I get all that. That makes perfect sense what you're saying. You shouldn't,
yeah,
right?
So wait, and then
to come into your own, you gotta kill. You gotta be killed off, right? That's what you just said. That makes sense.
Thank you. Hey, Seth,
Okay, but what?
But that's all I was
All
saying.
I'm
We have
saying,
to wait because the context is gonna come through Krishna. He's the one that can bring context to that.
That's
Because
my bad.
I know.
I might be.
if
I
it,
might be
I'm just trying to set the precursor. I'm just trying to set a precursor, like you said, and I'm
Go ahead.
gonna let us jump off. And that's
Go
all I'm
ahead.
saying. That was my point, and I love that we doing that because I get exactly what you're saying, Woon. You made that. You made a situation. So I explained to you before, and this is it. 2 seconds. This is it. You go into witness testimony, right, and tell somebody else's story. And I told you, you can do this with anybody, any story, and you can make it into you can make it into a parable. And so the same way where people lost their life because they walked in the real life shadow of real life human beings and was killed, and it was a real life law, and they changed the law. There's a date that they changed the law and everything. I just can't remember it right now. You see what I'm saying? So this is all real life shit, and use a parable and switch somebody else's witness testimony over to say that it means something else because of like you're doing numbers. Basically, what you're saying, you can put that on all kind of situations. Oh yeah, you got to kill yourself off. Yeah, I can make up a million different ways to say some shit like that to make a meaning for being killed off in somebody's shadow. But that was a real life incident, so you can't just do that. So and so.
Oh, hold on, wait. So let me make sure I'm clear, and I'm so sorry. So when you say that somebody was killed for being in somebody's shadow, what was the law behind that, Kareem?
The law was literally if you walked in somebody's shadow and they have a higher caste in you. Listen to what I'm saying. And they have a higher caste in you, they can kill you. It was
Kareem, a higher caste than you. Do you understand how I connected that or no?
Man, I think that's why we need to clip shit. I understand exactly
Kareem,
what you're saying.
Kareem,
But I'm talking about real life. You're talking about a parable.
Let me ask you something.
This is crazy.
Who taught you where you're at right now?
You said what?
Who taught you what you know right now?
Are you attempting to explain to me the same thing I understand already?
Question, Kareem. Who taught you what you know right now?
I taught me what I know right now.
So you're not under nobody else's teaching right now?
Nope.
Okay. So you know that it's safe not to go under nobody else's teaching. That's why you go on your own shit, right?
Yep. I mean, if you talking about the Bible, you talking about the Bible being somebody else's.
Thank you, sir. I asked you a straight question. You gave me a straight answer, and I'm saying thank you for your answer. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going, but I do have a foundation, so I'm just not going completely off my own. My foundation is the Bible, but nobody didn't teach me the Bible. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you. So you're on your own shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's absolutely fine. And that's the whole point, because as soon as you put yourself under somebody else's shadow, then they have the opportunity to fucking kill you.
Right.
That's the whole point.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead, so
we gonna get into it, man. We gonna get
all right,
into
all right,
it.
next
Man.
week, y'all. I'm going.
Appreciate you, dog.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get into it, man. I mean, it was already spicy tonight. I feel like, like I said, the point got across. It was the prelim for sure.
The next fight, I'm gonna keep back. I ain't even gonna.
Yeah, it's on them for real. They started it up, so you know what I'm saying. We're gonna let them finish at Battle Royale type.
All right, but shout out to the chat, man. The chat was lit. I seen some dope comments in the chat.
Yes, sir.
And just like I've been noticing, and I have to say this, I've been noticing the algorithm, and I think the more that we have these shows, I think people are just starting to be like, I got to come on there and spill my spill. I've been noticing that. So super shout out to Keon Johnson for pulling up.
Yeah, definitely.
Love that.
Everybody else, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, of course, everybody else, but he was, the guest.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I gotta isolate him on this certain situation, and spilling his truth and being open enough to say, I'll see what y'all saying. That's the lit shit.
Right. Exactly. Facts. Yeah, nah, man. Give us a like, a subscribe, thumbs up on the channel. Definitely go out and play on Amazon and Barnes and Noble's website, or you can purchase
Get it
directly
directly
through
from
the
me.
God. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Be a Cash App, and then just send me a mailing address. It don't have to be where you live at. And trust me, if you send it, I'm not gonna pull up unless you cooking. But no, you can Cash App me directly, and I got some bookmarks, and I got like my signature that I put with these G things, and it's
Yes,
beautiful.
sir.
It's lit. Today's the first day that I actually touch my shit.
You
My
said
shit.
you're gonna read it right now. He about to read it
I'm
to
gonna read
sleep
myself
right
to
now.
sleep. What time is it? I might watch some BMF because it dropped tonight at 12. So I'm gonna watch BMF. But after BMF, I'm going out to play. It's
Right. Thanks.
But shout out to everybody who's been fucking with me on my book. That shit is super lit. I promise y'all.
Big congrats on that.
Lit. I don't care if you bought it on, just like Selfmade just now said, on Amazon or Barnes and Nobles, or if you got it directly from me. It's lit, and I will be coming to Sacramento to do a book signing event, and I'm talking to some people, and I'm about to have a fucking billboard in Sacramento and shit too. So,
Okay.
So y'all gonna be a part of that. Y'all can say, "Hey, nigga, that billboard right there, I got that right now. It's up."
Right. Thanks. Hey, yeah, man. Much love to the chat, everybody that was tapping in, commenting, the whole nine. Don't forget to like and subscribe once again. Share if you're on Facebook. Definitely helps, you know what I'm saying, grow the channel. And yeah, man, another one in the books. We out till next Friday.
Next Friday, yeah. I have to think about that. Peace.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.